ready? Good afternoon and welcome to the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners meeting. It is October 21st, oh my gosh, at 1 p.m. At this time, I would like to invite Ron from the Friends of the Library to say the invocation. Then after that, Steve is going to come up and say the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're willing and able, please rise.
Loving God, we thank you for this beautiful Florida day and for this opportunity to gather together. We pray that you guide all those here so that they make decisions that will be not only to your benefit, but for the benefit of our county. And we ask all this in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you do the roll call, please?
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners this 21st day of October 2025. In attendance are Chair Rebecca Bays, First Vice Chair Diana Finnegan, Second Vice Chair Janet Barrick, Commissioner Jeff Kennard, Commissioner Holly Davis, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond Lind.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. And Mr. Howard, do we have additions,
Yes,
deletions?
I do. We're going to pull item E8, Administrative Regulation. We're going to bring that back at a future date, Regulation 3.01-5. Additional item E9, this is Agreement for Recovering Off-Site Utility Improvement Costs, Home Depot. This item previously was pulled from the 10/7/25 meeting. Additional information, E3, Developer Funding and Connection Fee Credit Update to state, establish a developer agreement, not execute the developer agreement. H1, the adoption of the 2026 legislative priorities, page 10. We updated to include the county's investment to date for judicial expansion projects. I think that was important. And page 27 was a correction to the presentation, clerical errors, and a letter of support we received from the Citrus County School Board as well as from the Citrus County Sheriff's Office. Also, J1, Forever Nature Co-Study, additional information, list of stakeholders who have pledged support. That was requested by Commissioner Davis to be added. That's all I have.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
motion to approve the agenda as read into the record, but I also believe we can pull one portion of J1, we could pull C, the last item, because the entire amount has been raised. There's no need to tap Duke special project funds.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Davis
Second.
and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any further comment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next on our agenda is proclamations.
Motion to approve the proclamations.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Please join me at the front.
Would those representing Alternative Dispute Resolution Week please make your way forward? Whereas Citrus County has been a recognized leader in Florida for promoting mediation and other forms of dispute resolution as cost-effective and compassionate alternatives to litigation, helping thousands of Citrus County residents and business owners resolve their dispute annually through our court-connected programs. And whereas the Citrus County court system through the 5th Judicial Circuit Alternative Dispute Resolution Program successfully diverts cases from costly and time-consuming litigation. And whereas the mediation is a voluntary, confidential, and collaborative process that empowers families, neighbors, businesses, and community members to craft their own solutions to conflicts with preserving relationships and dignity. And whereas county mediation strengthens the fabric of our neighborhoods by addressing disputes over property lines, noise complaints, homeowner association matters, and other quality of life issues before they escalate into costly legal battles. Citrus County, Florida encourages all residents to learn about available mediation and other dispute resolution services, consider mediation before pursuing litigation, and support community mediation programs while recognizing the dedicated volunteer mediators who serve our community. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida hereby proclaims October 12th through the 18th, 2025 as the Alternative Dispute Resolution Week, executed this 21st day of October, 2025.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you so much for this honoring proclamation. In addition to what has already been shared, our mediation program focuses on helping lighten the load for judges. We do this by providing trained and certified volunteer mediators to litigants to help settle their disputes before final hearing. Our volunteers make this program work. They're members of this community who show up week after week for no pay and at their own expense to help litigants listen to each other, understand opposing views, and settle stressful disputes. To those of you who are listening, if you're moved by this and are of legal age, are someone who believes in listening to your neighbors and in giving back to our system of justice, we'd love to talk with you about becoming a volunteer mediator. You can reach us through visiting our mediation page on citrus5.org. And if you notice, I have a tag along here. This is Mike Belkin. Mike has been with us over 7 years. He started back in 2018, June, and he is a vital part of our family. He has really helped tremendously. And I'm proud to be standing here with one of our volunteers. Mike, if you would, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Commissioners. I've been a resident of Citrus County for over 20 years. And I am really proud to be able to give back to the community. And I thank you, John, for all you do. And thank you, Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
With those representing Friends of the Library Month, please make your way forward. Whereas the work of the Friends of the Library promotes libraries as a cornerstone of community education, providing opportunities for everyone to engage in lifelong learning and connect with the thoughts and ideas of the world. Whereas the Friends of the Library understand the critical importance of well-funded libraries and advocate to ensure that our libraries get the resources needed to provide a wide variety of services to all ages. And whereas the Friends of the Library provide outstanding fundraising to enhance the Citrus County library system, collectively contributing over $1.4 million since 2001. And whereas the time and commitment given by the Friends of the Library sets an example of how volunteerism leads to positive civic engagement and the betterment of our community. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida extends appreciation to the Friends of the Library and proclaim October 2025 as Friends of the Library Month in Citrus County, Florida, executed this 21st day of October, 2025.
On behalf of the Citrus County Library System and the Friends of the Library, I would like to express our gratitude and thanks to the Commissioners for proclaiming October as Friends of the Library Month. Your support of the Friends of the Library is truly appreciated. This proclamation not only honors the hard work of our 5 dedicated Friends of the Library groups and bookhouse volunteers who annually volunteer for over 3,000 hours to support our libraries, but also highlights the importance of our public libraries. These hours are spent in our libraries, assisting with programs, advocating for our libraries, and fundraising for our libraries. Each year, the Friend of the Library groups fundraise through book sales, both through the Focals book sales and the Homosassa book sales, which, by the way, November 13, 14, and 15 show up in Homosassa. Thank you. And have raised over $1.4 million over the years in support of our libraries here in Citrus County, and we are very proud of that. I want to thank all of our Friends of the Library. You guys make it happen. for continuing to support our libraries and helping to make Citrus County a better place for all. Thank you.
All right, it's 1:11, so our 1:10 time certain is the adoption of the 2026 Citrus County legislative priorities.
I'm going to take this one for now.
All right.
You all have, this is preparation for the 2026 Florida legislative session. We've had discussions with the Board of County Commissioners in our legislative retreat. This is before you today. We'll be having our delegation meeting next week. There has been a few updates since you all had adopted preliminarily. I'll try to find my sheet here real quickly. The judicial government space expansion, we've included that as a request, but also wanted to update with feedback from one of the commissioners with how much this board has actually put towards that project to date. We think that was important information for our legislators. Also, the County Road 491 roadway widening project, there was discussions held with a various amount of stakeholders. Their recommendation was not to have that in the appropriations request, but request for special consideration. So that's been updated in this packet as well. And then lastly was the Chaz River campground. Obviously, that wasn't under discussion during our legislative retreat. That's since come back to the board, which is fully supportive of that. I'm working with our representative, J.J. Grow, and others as well. Once we get those numbers, we'll bring those back. We wanted to include that because we think that's a great project for an appropriation in the future. So all that's here today for you, and we ask you if you'd please adopt this today so we can formally submit this.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Steve, thank you for making that change. It was so last minute. If I could, before we officially put this out here on the judicial and government space expansion, it still says committed local match, none identified, Citrus County investment. You have the 8.1 million, which is good. I think that still is going to be a little confusing. If we could, maybe we take out committed local match and put, like Citrus County investment
We can do that, whatever.
a certain date.
Yeah, we can
or
do
we
that.
highlight. I just think when you still see that none identified, I think when we're showing it to people, they're thinking we're still not making any effort, and we've done so much.
Yeah,
so
we can.
I'd like that tweaked a little
We can
bit.
wordsmith that some more if that's a pleasure of the board. We can do
Yes,
that.
sir.
We can take care of that.
And just for everyone else, we probably spoke an hour and a half before the board meeting or something. I had said something about this, just from a grant writing background. You want to show everything that we've done, and before it had said committed local match, none identified, but I said we've put so much money into the project, so everything that we've done, including buying the other building for expansion, the money that we've already set aside that we're going to be using for the expansion, all of that should count and show that the efforts that we put in, and I think that will make us look stronger when we take this to Tallahassee.
Very good.
We will make it happen.
Thank you.
Board, is there any other comments? Commissioner Berry.
I do agree with Commissioner Finnegan. We also need to, somehow, we hired somebody to do the space needs, and we're paying somebody. I think that should also be included in what we've done, because we've been doing the space needs for how long? Okay, and all of a sudden now I see 5 million that we're asking the state for an appropriation. And I don't remember that we were gonna do a 5 million from the state, but 5 million, if that's gonna get us across the finish line to get the judicial and space needed, that's very important, because I've seen meeting after meeting after meeting where this has been, we're gonna put this, we're gonna put this, we're gonna put this, and it never got put. Okay, so any pennies that this county has put towards this, including the salary for that person to do all of this, figuring out, should also be included in that. And I agree with Commissioner Finnegan with that.
We will make it happen.
May I just one more thing?
Commissioner Finnegan?
Also for the Halls path, we all agreed on that and there was a price. What I don't know, and forgive me because I've been gone a couple of weeks, I didn't know if Walt or that department got an update from FDOT. We thought when we agreed on all this that dollar amount got us to the finish line. I was just curious if FDOT is still saying that if we got this allocation, would the project be complete?
Yeah, I don't know if Carl's prepared to discuss that in the audience.
And sorry if I'm putting you on the spot. If there's not an update, that's okay.
We can verify that and fact check it after the meeting if, but we have had some internal discussions about this.
Well, gosh, it seems like last year even we were saying that by this July, that we should have the full dollar amount from FDOT, and that July came and went, and FDOT was not giving you that price yet.
They did not, but I do have some later information. Construction, as of recent, construction cost is $8.31 million. From the appropriation that we've already received, DOT was able to allocate some of those funds toward construction. That would be 2.8 going toward construction. That leaves 5.51. With this appropriation request of 2.5, that would leave a balance of roughly $3 million for 2027 we would ask for.
So we need $3 million to complete.
Well, it would be a total of 5.5. So
If you get
like
this
in
year's appropriations, what he's
2026,
saying, you would need to go
yeah,
back
this
to the well
request
again.
of 2.5 plus another 3 next year.
Wow,
Mr. Howard, if I may.
That seems like a lot.
Late
And can you, this came up yesterday in one of my conversations with Representative Grow. Please, just for edification, FDOT District 7 is doing the design.
They are. They're managing and implementing the entire project.
Yes.
Yes. And it's
So-
because it's federal funding.
Yes. So I wanted that out there because there's been some feedback about we're not moving fast enough, and it's not Citrus County. The project has been turned over, so it's not something that we're holding up.
Yeah, and it's obviously environmentally sensitive, so there's a lot of environmental issues to deal with, a lot of traffic issues to deal with. Just the status update, we have 60% plans from DOT. They're submitting for sovereign submerged land easements. That's underway. They're doing utility SUE work, subsurface utility exploration, and they're expecting 90% plans by the end of the year.
You won't. I was hoping that this would get us there. I
Not
already
quite.
have my conversation with a certain center all mapped out, and this just shot a hole in it.
Construction costs have obviously gone up.
Of course. Okay, thank you.
If I might add one comment.
Sure.
You know, having discussions, I remember the first month or two coming on as your county administrator when I was in Tallahassee, actually representing Masulo at the time. I said, what would you like to see done in Citrus get done? And he said, spend the money. Because we got a lot of money for 491, so everybody went to work, this board and others. So one of the things is our commitment when we talked with Representative Grow yesterday is that we want to give them real-time updates throughout the legislative session, not just then, but after the session. So we're going to have that availability to show that, in fact, when you give Citrus the money, we're going to spend that money as quickly as we can, within constraints, obviously, you know, permitting, those kind of things, but we're going to do that in a timely manner. So that's our commitment to Representative Grow and the next senator that comes on board as well, to be able to give that information to them in a timely manner. We will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments from the board? Seeing none, I'm going to open it up to the public. Anyone from the public wishing to speak?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Steve Minguy, President of the Homosassa River Restoration Project. Coming up on your agenda today is going to be a request for a letter of support for the Homosassa River Restoration Project, E7, I believe is what it is. This is a requirement from DEP to continue our permitting process with the River Restoration Project. We continue to have strong support from our local legislators as well as the community. As a matter of fact, we just received a check from our local United Way supporting our project. So I would ask for your support as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for being here. I'm just,
Madam Chair,
wait just a sec. I think the sheriff might want to weigh in.
on this issue, this is a public hearing on just this issue.
Oh, yes, you're right. Yes,
Unless
you're
the sheriff
right.
wants to come up and speak about our
No, I think he wants to come up and talk about
facility,
the,
maybe?
that's what he wants to do. Yes. You didn't, but you can come back later.
No foul.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Just wanted to show my support for the one legislative appropriations when it comes to our Regional Public Safety Training Center ask. And I'm learning a lot about costs, and there's been some discussion about, how much does it cost to design a facility? And I'm learning a lot about that. So that 1.5 million sounds like a lot, but it does cost a lot when you do impact studies and all those things. So as we move forward, I just think this is a great opportunity for our county. We're collaborating with the needs of our school district, the needs of our county fire rescue, and also our needs as a sheriff's office moving forward with our facilities. I think this is a great opportunity to put something in our county that not only helps our public safety profession from the beginning of the education, it also helps with the continuing education of our current staff, and it also gives the opportunity to invite people to come to Citrus County and have training here as well at a facility that we can be proud of. So I did send in a letter of support to accompany the legislative asks, and just look forward to these future opportunities, and hopefully it comes our way. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here. Anyone else? And this is just for the county legislative priorities. All right, well, I'm going to close open to the public. Board members, I think we've got a lot of great projects on here. I think they've been very strategic and very well thought out, so I'm very much in support of what's on here. I think that everything is good, and hopefully we come home with
Motion to
some
approve,
wins.
item H1, A, B, and C.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Davis.
Chair?
Yes,
If I
ma'am.
can request clarification of that motion. There were some items read into the record for additions or changes to what was on there. Did you want to address that in the motion?
Commissioner
Yes, I would
Kennard?
amend my motion to include those.
Commissioner Davis?
Yes, second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next on our agenda is the time certain at 1:15, the Citrus County Industrial Authority creation to be presented by Economic Development, Steve Bam.
Hello, Commissioners. Steve Bayham, County Economic Development Director. So back in June of 2010, we did a June 10th of 2024, sorry, not 2010. We did a workshop to cover the ins and outs of what an industrial development authority is, how it functions, how it operates, how the board is seated, its requirements for providing access to bond financing, cheaper financing for private entities who are looking to either build or expand within the county that it services, and how the benefits could impact Citrus in a multitude of different ways. And then throughout that presentation, there were some questions that we left that workshop with, mainly that legal had a question as to their involvement with the authority, and I'm going to address some of those things. But I want to do a quick recap and it's going to be brief. I'm not going to go into the minutia unless y'all decide to, again, but I want to do that recap for everybody's benefit because we've all slept since then. So I want to make sure that we kind of just get a refresher and for the benefit of everybody here and watching at home that hadn't had a chance to go through the workshop. So I'm going to hope the clicker works for me today. Jump right into the purpose of the Industrial Development Authority. And an IDA is created for the purpose of financing and refinancing projects for the public benefit and for fostering economic development. So this is a financing entity. This is an entity that, if created, would be a standalone entity, both public and private, and it would act on its own. The members would be appointed by the board, and they would serve in staggered terms. But their main goal is to finance private activity bonds or industrial development bonds. And those bonds come in from an applicant company, or the request comes in from an applicant company. They fill out the application, go to the IDA, they review it, if they approve it, then it would come before the BOCC for final approval. The purpose of those bonds is to get better financing deals. So if they win if a company goes a traditional route and gets a conventional financing or conventional bond, then they would go at the market rates, and market rates can range depending on what the market is driving at that point in time. It's also based off of the full faith credit and ability to repay of that private entity. So it's going to be based off their credit. If they're able to get the tax exempt bonds through the IDA, then their financing costs go down. It takes the risk, brings it down. They can get a cheaper rate, as well as the exempt from the individuals or companies or whoever, the investors buying the bonds, then would get the tax exemption, so they're not paying any federal income tax at that point on those bonds, on the revenue that's generated from there. So it's kind of a win-win around. The company gets better financing deal, the investors get better return on their money because it's tax exempt. That's it in a nutshell. Some of the things I did want to cover real quick. As I said, I'm going to try to be brief here. So initially, I had mentioned that there were 23 existing IDAs. There's actually 24. So since the time of our workshop to today, I've been talking to colleagues around the state and doing more research and conversation, and I learned that Flagler County actually has gone through the same process. They started last year and went through the same process that we are going through today. So they did a workshop looking for new incentives for their county, and they decided on the IDA because it is at no cost to the taxpayers, it's at no cost to the county. They did the IDA workshop. They then came back in November of last year and presented again a refresher asking to create the Industrial Development Authority and then take some time to seat those members through application process. And earlier this year, they seated those members. So the reason that they weren't on this list is, one, it was brand new, and two, this list comes from those who have been active and filed reports with the Department of Commerce. So since they were seated this year, they still haven't filed any annual reports. So hence the fact as to why they're not on here. So if we decide to move forward, we would then become the 25th. Again, this is not a new instrument. It's an instrument that's been around for a long time, has lots of oversight, government oversight, has 3 state statutes, one including the Constitution, as well as also governed by the Internal Revenue Code of '86 and the Securities Act of 1933. So federal and state oversight. Again, I mentioned that the IDA is a body, a public body, corporate and politic. It is governed by the Part 3 of Chapter 159, the Industrial Development Authorities, as well as Part 2, which is the Florida Industrial Development Financing Act. Part 3 is the formation and creation of the IDA, its function and rules, and then it uses Part 2 to guide it through the financing piece. So, the membership. State statute requires that a minimum of 5 board members sit on the authorities board. And those members are appointed by resolution of the county BOCC. They must be residents and electors of the county. They are not paid, and they serve in staggered terms. And then once they are seated, they set their own bylaws, they select their own chair, vice chair, treasurer, and all the like, just like any other board. So what type of individuals serve on this board? And I think that was another question that we had. The statutes do not require a certain type of individual with a background of knowledge or anything like that. Here I have a list of several different backgrounds, expertise, knowledge areas that I would suggest. It primarily ranges in finance, accounting, banking, investments, possibly real estate finance. Those would be the type of individuals that I would recommend. Former business owners, and you could even look at to attorneys and folks in the legal field. They could serve as well. But you would want folks that have a knowledge of finance as well as investments in business operations. Those would be the type of people that I would recommend. Now, I think the question had been raised, can we, because I think we've kind of discussed this a little bit with legal when we were drafting up this resolution, and I think you have a red line copy in there that's been touched up a little bit. I put the requirements for those types of individuals and their background in there. We took it out because there's no requirement from the state. That would be something that if the BOCC decided that they would want to put in that resolution, then I think I would have to defer to legal for their guidance as to should we put that in there or can we legally put that in there. I personally would advise that we make that a policy decision, because my suggestion is that we are going to take applications for these folks that are interested in serving on this board. Those applications should contain the information on that individual and their background and knowledge. And then you as a board review those applications, and as a policy of this board, decide we want a diverse group of individuals to be able to serve on this board. We'll take some folks from accounting, banking, legal, business ownership, and you'd seat the board that way. That would be my suggestion, but again, you all can make a determination if you'd like to go a different route. Additionally, the IDA to save on costs all across the board. We want zero cost to the taxpayers. This board serves at no compensation to administer the programs, to administer the applications. It will work with the Economic Development Office. Projects will come in, and then we'll flow them through the process that way. So we're not hiring any staff. The county's not putting any additional people on there. They should be working with the Economic Development Department anyway. It has lots of different authority. Again, if it's created, it can be a standalone entity. It can act, walk, and talk, but at the end of the day, on its own. But at the end of the day, all of its financing activity, once approved, has to come back before this board for final approval. Should this board decide we don't want that project or we don't like that, it does not proceed. If it's just a matter of there's some things in this agreement that we feel need to be tweaked, then they can send it back to the IDA. They can work with the applicant to tweak those. If the applicant decides that they want to adjust those, they can go back through the process again and come back before the board for approval again. It would be just like any other contract that comes before the BOCC, whether it be for a service outside or road resurfacing, anything like that. That contract has to come through their normal process, and it doesn't happen unless the BOCC says, okay. Some additional things, they do have a reporting requirement. As I said before, the Flagler had created theirs, and the reason they weren't on the list is they just started this year, so they hadn't reported anything, so they weren't on that list that I pulled. We had talked about levy of ad valorem taxes by the Board of County Commissioners. We are not requesting any ad valorem tax. We want this to be a zero cost to the taxpayer. This is a pure financing tool. That is the purpose for it. We're not looking to add any extra burden on the taxpayer. Matter of fact, this is one of the only tools that we could use to actually help existing or new projects or businesses get the financing they need at a cheaper cost that doesn't cost the county anything, because these are private activity bonds. They're backed by the full faith and credit of the applicant company. The benefit of utilizing the IDA is that the county is not on the hook, and the IDA allows them to get that as the conduit for the financing to get the tax exemption and the lower financing costs, the lower interest rates. And we can go into the full detail on the bonding piece, but again, we've already kind of covered that. I just wanted to get to what type of projects, again, that we can, that the IDA can finance. It's not just business. It's not just manufacturing and industrial. We can do parks. We can do tourism facilities, convention trade show facilities, healthcare facilities. In the state of Florida, that's very popular. The vast majority of places utilize these bond financings for new hospitals or medical centers and the like, education facilities for medical industry. So airport and port facilities are very popular as well. Correctional detention facilities, you name it, it does a lot and has the ability to handle a lot of different types of projects. So last thing I wanted to get to is the flow chart here. So one of the questions was posed by our legal staff on the section looking at that monitor there in the process. It says legal and financial analysis. When that question was posed, we were still talking about the bond financing and all that. That's where my mind was at. So I want to apologize. I got a little confused on that question when it was posed. The question was, what is their role in the board of the Industrial Development Authority? And it would be just like any other board that the county creates, with aviation or PDC or anything like that. Their role would be in the operations to make sure that the board members are doing things by statute, following the rules, and that the operations of that board are following statutes and rules as they are given to them by law. There's also another legal component to this, is what I was focused on. So when an applicant comes, as I mentioned, they are filing an application to utilize that financing tool. There's a fee associated with that application. That fee is used to go and hire an outside bond attorney that specializes in structuring these financing agreements so that they can later on, once they're finally approved by the BOCC, take it to the market to either sell or do private placement. So that fee is used to pay the bonding attorney, which handles that piece of it. Our attorney would handle the normal setup, or her staff would handle the normal setup and operations of the board as any other board here in the county. So we're keeping this at a zero cost to the citizens. There's no liability on the loans or bonds associated with this to the county or to the county's coffers. The taxpayers do not have any of the burden. Even if a deal goes south, the burden is on the private entity, not on the taxpayers or the IDA itself. That's my brief coverage. I hope I've answered all the questions that were still out there. Part of our request for the approval today is first to create the IDA in form. So we're asking today that we want to create the IDA in structure, form, and then also take a period of time to receive applications from interested parties to serve on this board, because state statute requires that once the resolution is executed, the first 5 members need to be named in that resolution. Which if you look at the resolution today, I've added a section for the first 5 members according to what the statute says, but they're blank. So what we would like to do is take some time, if we decide to create it today, is give the public who is interested in applying for those seats some time to submit their applications, and then also give the board time to review those applications. Now, the request says 45 days. Not thinking ahead, I got a little too antsy. With the holidays coming up pretty quick, I think that we can stretch that a little further, give people more time to take a look at it, learn a little bit more, see if it's something they want to be, and also give the board time to take in as many applications as possible and review those. So I would say at least 90 days instead of 45 days for folks to file the application and review those applications to seat on the board, should we decide to move forward. Any questions?
Commissioner Barry?
I have lots of questions. Number one, who is responsible if they default on the loan? Because from the way I read it, the board would be, meaning us and the citizens of the county. Is that true?
That's not true.
Okay, I just
private-
wanted to make sure, because as I'm looking through all this information, last time I asked that, and you said, yeah, the county would be held because we are securing that bond for them.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so, okay. I do not like not elected people running a board and being able to play with finances. Okay, number two, why, since it has been around since 1933 and 1986, are only 24 counties out of 67 taking advantage of this wonderful program? If it was so wonderful, there's 40-some counties that haven't decided to take advantage. We are not a big county. We do not have lots of money. And that's the thing. We need to get those people in here that want to do industry to get their own financing and be responsible. If they want to be a manufacturer in Citrus County, then they need to be responsible. All the people we have coming to us so far are being their own. Okay, we have Tampa General. They're building their own. We've got HCA building their own. We have all these other wonderful companies, Target, Walmart, Dollar General, all of these. They build their own with their own finances. And so I want to know, why do we need this? That's the thing. All right, so then the next one, it says, we're going to do they're going to actually be the loan people according to you. In other words, they work with them, get the industry a loan. Okay, the industry's going to get a loan for less money because it's through this IDA. And you're saying if that industry defaults, and that loan gets defaulted on, nobody's going to be responsible for that loan at this point. So the county's not going to be responsible. So maybe that company that was going to do the industry is responsible.
They are responsible.
They are
It's
responsible.
a private activity bond, so the
Okay.
applicant company or entity is always the ultimate responsibility for the payment and servicing of that bond.
Oh, and we only have a couple of fees. How many dollars are these fees that you're talking about?
They range
Yeah.
range. There's an application fee and then there's a financing fee. And they're typically structured based off of the value of the bonds. To give you an example, the typical application fee is around $2,500. That is paid by the applicant company requesting the service. Should it go to financing and get approved by the BOCC, because the financing is coming through the IDA at the end of the day to get the tax exemption and to get the reduced interest rate, there is a financing fee which is paid to the IDA as well. That financing fee can range in value, and it's based off of typically you'll see 0.5% if it's under $10 million, or 0.25, 1/4% if it's over $10 million, usually with a cap. And those caps vary in that percentage rate varies as well. Each IDA has a slightly different twist on it, but that's the averages, I guess you would say.
Now you're saying the county does not put out this fee.
No.
Okay, so the loan, most buildings cost a heck of a lot more than 10 million, especially if it's going to be a facility for manufacturing, because you just don't put up a facility, you also have to order the equipment.
Correct.
And that's all going to be incorporated in what they're borrowing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the thing is, you're looking at something that's going to cost 50 million or more.
Potentially.
Potentially. Okay, and this is where, words get me upset. Potentially, 2% of 50 million is how much?
It's not 2%.
I'm saying 2%.
I'm not
Hundreds of
prepared to
thousands
do-
by
yeah,
the time we get to
several
the
thousands.
zeros on, right? Okay? I'm thinking this is not what Citrus County represents. Our people have told us they wanted our growth contained and they'd like some light industrial. If we've got light industrial coming in, then we need to let them do their thing. And to tell me that you want a board of people that are not elected by the citizens that are in charge of this, I'm sorry, I can never be for this.
if I might, Commissioner, just to clarify a few things. All of these loans are based off of the responsibility of the private entity. So the county, the taxpayers of this county will never be on the hook for them. That's number one. And number two, I agree with you that I would love for private industry to be able to finance their own project. This is just a mechanism to allow them to get the project financed. That's exactly what this is, because they are still responsible for the payments of everything. And it's just for large projects. And as you alluded to, the projects themselves these days, manufacturing facility, 50 million or more is what you could potentially be looking at. That's a lot of money. And if you go the conventional route, especially with today's rates, that you're going to be spending a lot over time. But if you're able to help that company, whether they're expanding, so whether it's a new company to the area or whether it's an existing company to the area, if you're able to help bring that threshold of risk down for them and for their investors and for their lenders that they're working with to get this financing, that's a win-win for everybody, because that's more money that they can take and put into hiring people and getting better equipment and getting up and running a lot better, a lot faster.
But currently, we do not have any large industries, okay? We have light industry, and that's what our county is based on. Now, they do pay property taxes, they do pay taxes, which is nice. And if they're gonna grow, they have been working for years and years, and they know who and when to go to for money. And I don't feel that the county should take on this responsibility, and I think that's why over 40 of the counties in the state of Florida have said, no, they don't want this, okay? And that's why you came back to, initially we said no, you brought it back, that's fine. I don't mind you bringing it back, maybe some changes here and there, but there is not enough for me to say yes to an IDA in Citrus County. It is not beneficial to us as the citizens of Citrus County. And I really don't like, and I'm telling this for the third time, I don't like people being in charge that are not elected by the citizens.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Bayham. I think this is a fantastic idea. We do have many boards that are not elected. That doesn't bother me. The criteria is clearly heavily finance background. I read that, and I'm a reasonably smart cookie, and I would not nearly qualify for that. So as long as we choose the right people heavily from a finance background, I think that it's a great idea. And my understanding, too, is that a lot of what economic development does is they have a lot more money spent through economic development. We have not given you those resources. Other than hiring you as a accomplished professional in this space, you have very few resources compared to what other counties do and have. And make no mistake, it's a competitive process to try to get folks to open businesses here. And so I think that this is a brilliant way to go forward and not expend taxpayer dollars while still it's smart money. And lastly, I would say, sometimes we're the last county of 67 to get the plot, and sometimes we're actually ahead of the game, including with our strategic plan that was recognized nationally. So, and some of our fellow counties followed suit on that because of us doing that. So sometimes we are not the caboose on the train. So I'm really excited about this, and I'm going to support it.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Forgive me, I just want to double, triple make sure with our attorney. I know you're going to say anybody can sue for anything, and it's just the defense, but I do have some of the same concerns, actually, but less angry about it than Commissioner Barrick. So. One is the effect of this on the taxpayer. So somebody bonds the money. I understand they're the ones that are responsible. Maybe business goes belly up. They can't make the payments. They're in bankruptcy. And now the bank or whoever the bondholder is suing. Does the county not get swallowed up in the bigger picture of that? Do you not see in any way that the county is listed as a responsible party? on a lawsuit if somebody's in default?
I'm sorry to say that I really don't know how these transactions are structured. Maybe Mr. Bayham can answer in his experience. I haven't had any experience with these types of entities, so I'm not sure how the bonding works. He did say they would have bond counsel, so the applicant would, I mean, there would be bond counsel that would be over the transaction. Do you have an answer for her question? I'm sorry that I
So it would
don't.
be just like if it was a traditional loan. So if I'm starting a business, I go out to get a loan from a bank, ABC Bank down the street. I work for a couple of years, I go belly up, I still owe on that loan, so whatever, the bank is going to collect whatever they can on that loan. So whoever owns that bond at that point in time, they're not going to get paid out, but that will probably be caught up in a bankruptcy court.
And
and
Citrus
then-
County's name is not on that?
Citrus
when it
County's
was
name is
through
not
the
on there.
IDA?
It is, the IDA is simply the conduit for them to get better terms on the financing. And more importantly, they're looking for tax exemption. So all of the federal and state statutes that I showed up there, the state statutes, particularly the federal statutes, those are what outlines, according to IRS codes and the Securities Act, outline how an entity can use these private activity bonds for the tax exemption so that they don't pay any federal income tax. That's really all it does. It brings it down. So it gives a lower interest rate for the bond or the loan, and on the back end, it eliminates the income tax for the bondholder, whoever buys those loans. So, because they're expecting to get a return, and then that return is not taxed at the federal level.
You have great intrepidation about the risk. I mean, Commissioner Bear was not wrong about that. I did make a few notes, and one was under half the counties, maybe just a third, have taken advantage of this. Now, if it was fairly new, I understand we don't always have to be the caboose, and you're right. But when there's some counties that are much further along with growth and development, and they have secured a lot of industry, and they're not taking advantage of this, if it's so great, the only thing in my mind is the risk. Like, they have considered the risk. So that is what makes me quite nervous. The other thing is that we took out all qualifications, and I understand you said state law doesn't say it. And it makes me feel better that Commissioner Davis said, even you feel like, even with your experience, you wouldn't be qualified. But when this board is long gone, and if that stays, I would hate that the board would have an ability to secure these bonds, because I'm not sure that we have no risk, and they aren't elected officials. And yes, we have other boards that aren't elected and they're appointed, and that's all fine, but they don't have this much power. They're not a taxing authority. That's what makes this so different. And then I made a little note, what if we don't get 5 qualified people? I'm sure a lot of people will apply, and if they don't have serious qualifications in bonding or the legal aspects of bonding, I worry about that too, that the board's just like, well, this is what we've got. I understand, and I want to help you get tools in the toolbox, and if it was that easy, I mean, it is a complicated program. I mean, you would agree, like, why do we have to have a certain agency for these places to come to? I don't know why the government has structured it this way, and I understand you are trying to do the best job that you can do. I am completely nervous about risk, not only today for the taxpayers, but long after this board is gone, what that looks like years from now. So I had mentioned this to Steve, other Steve, before. I don't know that I can't get to a yes. I just don't know that I'm ready today. And the only reason for that is risk. And I've seen lawsuits where, you know, a company or someone not even directly involved, when a lawsuit hits, I mean, it is blanket and it covers everybody that they can cover to make them responsible. I wish our attorney had an answer. I don't know if we can get answers to make sure from a legal perspective another day, but it makes me pretty nervous for our people that live here. I would not want to be a yes vote, and maybe it doesn't hurt them this year or next year, but even 20 years from now, if something hurt the people here, I I couldn't live with myself. Qualifications, oh, and the no cost to the taxpayers, you said, I understand that the people wouldn't get paid, but they would have to have an office, they'd have to have supplies. I know that the law says that they are entitled to reimbursement for certain expenditures, so where is all that money coming from?
It would come from the fees that are paid, either through the application fees and/or financing fees.
Okay, and before that happens, they're going to have to meet. I assume that there'll be public records, so we'll need, our people will need to pay for, there will be some costs. I would assume until fees come in, it would be minimal, but there would be
Well,
some.
if we would run if there's requests for information or anything like that, as I said, my department would be the administrator of, pushing the paper, more or less.
Right.
And then the legal staff would serve to make sure that they are operating in the structure that they are authorized to operate, just like they do with any other authority or board created by the BOCC.
And honestly, my whole thing is the risk, more so than the money, because I realize even if they needed seed money to get started, or if it came back, I don't think it would be a drain on the budget. I just wanted to ask how you saw that getting paid. So I do worry about the qualifications of the people and, more importantly, the risk. But thank you for answering the questions. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Kennard.
Thank you. I am going to support this, and I look forward actually to enthusiastically supporting it. I understand the concerns, Commissioner Finnegan and Commissioner Davis. Bravo to you. I would echo absolutely everything that you said. This will be a great additional tool in your toolbox. The County Commission over the years has been a little bit reluctant to add tools to the economic development toolbox, so I'm glad that you're bringing this forward. Last Monday, I had the opportunity to speak with the Builders Alliance. And, of course, they had their usual concerns about different things, construction-related, development-related. But the topic that dominated the conversation the entire time that I was there was what is the county doing to develop greater career class jobs? We need manufacturing. We need industry here. What's available for our young folks here, young families here, our service level jobs, and you guys need to be doing more to do that. We talked a little bit, just briefly, about the IDA and didn't go too much in depth with it, so I was glad that this was on our agenda for today. Ultimately, the concern about the risk and non-elected officials making these decisions. Remember what he said, the final decision is the Board of County Commissioners. So while this board of 5 will be filtering through these applications for bonding or for financing, when a corporation comes to the IDA and requests their help, if these 5 financially minded folks think that it's a good idea, they'll work through the process with them. But ultimately, it comes to the board for the board to decide. So they will not have the ability to go out and do something with financing for a company that's interested without these 5 elected officials, whoever they are sitting up here, saying yes is a good deal. And at that time, those are great times for commissioners to say, what is the risk? How do we know that the county, the taxpayers, have zero risk here? And then it's at that point in time where it will be whoever's speaking on behalf of the IDA and the applicant to assure the board of 5 county commissioners that the county's at zero risk for this, that is specifically the applicant who's on the hook for it. So I'm fine with that part of it. And qualifications, going back to, honestly, when I was first running for office back in 2015, one of the things that I thought that we had left untapped in our community was a tremendous amount of experienced horsepower. People that had retired from industry, who had retired from government, had made Citrus County their home and were here golfing, but these were, executives in large corporations that, you know, that's a lot of experience, a lot of horsepower that could be tapped into. I still believe those folks are out there. They're probably out on the golf course, or they're out in their boats fishing, or whatever it might be. But I think we're going to see that when you put this out there as an opportunity for these people to get back involved, to give back to their community, we have a tremendous amount of intellectual horsepower out there that ultimately will serve on that board. So we've got 90 days to put this out there. And, you know, if we don't get the applicants that we think we're going to get back, then maybe we revisit this conversation and say, you know what, 90 days was enough. We still don't feel like we've got those. I don't think it forces our hand at 90 days to pick the best 5, right? So I think it's well worth it to put it out there, give those folks the opportunity. I'm telling you, there are Fortune 500 people who have moved in. Maybe they've since moved out by now, but there are people that move in and out of this community who would be a tremendous asset if we give them the opportunity to serve.
Mr. Howard?
Just one thing, you know, there was some mention of why and things like that. I think the Moffitt Center, as well as Tampa General Hospital, has utilized this tool in other counties. So I wanted to offer that up to you as well. So that's a tool in the toolbox that they actually utilized through Hillsborough County, their IDA. So I wanted to let you know that.
Ms. Lynn?
In answer to Commissioner Finnegan, and I'm sorry that I didn't have this earlier, but Florida Statute 159.49 talks about these and specifically states that the revenue bonds issued by this authority shall not be deemed to constitute a debt, liability, or obligation of the county. So.
Well, you look like you just won me over then.
He won you over, I won you over.
Or actually Denise did. Denise won me over.
It's all
It's a
about
team.
teamwork.
It's a team.
It's teamwork.
And I'm sure you would have to understand my concern with that. We can't do anything to put the county at risk or the people that pay the bills here.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. That was quick.
And Mr. Bayham, I enthusiastically support this. This board as leaders we need to be shaping what we can be, not where we've been. And I kind of thought maybe the conversation would go this way a little bit today. So I looked up some numbers, and this, I think, explains exactly why we need to implement this. Our unemployment rate is the highest in the state at 6.6%. Over half of our households are on either ALICE or living in poverty. 1 in 3 children begins kindergarten unprepared to learn, and nearly half of our third graders struggle to read at grade level, and thousands of adults in our county lack a high school GED. This is where we need to go. We need to change the direction of this county. This gives us an opportunity to put another tool in our toolbox to leverage what is good for our county. We've got to start to change the dynamics and change the tax structure so that we have a diversified tax structure that's not just residentially burdened. I think this is a great tool. I'm looking forward to you bringing it back and making our leadership board. I think Commissioner Kennard is absolutely 100% right. I know that there are many people out there in this community that have a wealth of experience to help us cross this hurdle. So thank you for bringing it forward. Board, looking for a motion.
Motion to approve. What number is that, H2?
Oh, I'm sorry. We do have to open it to the
I
public.
thought we
My
needed,
apologies.
don't we need a motion? No, I'm
No.
losing my mind.
I guess I'll open it up to the public. Thank you. Anyone wishing to address item H2? I got excited.
All right, Curtis Bryant from Lecanto. This is a wonderful idea. We talk about wanting industrial and some changing from retail and lower paying jobs to higher paying jobs. This is an avenue for that. To try to help you guys get to your 5-0 vote, which looks good for the general public. To Commissioner Barrick's point, I've read through a lot of these developments or the type of boards they're putting together from other counties just sitting back here a second ago. Almost all of them have the project come to the Board of County Commissioners before it's approved as the final option. So the board does all the financing aspects, all getting into the weeds of all those things, and then that whole project comes to the board for final approval prior to the bonds and all that being issued. So that could alleviate some of your issues that you guys would have or overview of the whole entire process at the end. You're just allowing other entities to get into the weeds and kind of do all the negotiations and all that prior to for that. So I'd urge you guys to support this for that.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the board? Seeing none, we'll close open to the public. Now,
Motion to approve H2.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis.
I'll second it. We need to, on item H2B, that needs to be a 90-day open application.
Will you amend your motion?
Yes, sorry about that. Motion to approve H2A and B with a 90-day open application on B. Would help if I had my agenda open to the correct page.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Sorry.
ma'am.
So you will have to adopt the resolution at the next, when this is brought back. So you're not actually adopting a resolution today.
Okay.
I mean, it's in your packet. I just wanted everybody to be sure that we're not adopting that today.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. All right, moving on to consent agenda.
Hospital board?
They're 3:30.
H3.
Oh, glasses back on.
Motion to approve the consent agenda in full.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We're going to go to our first open to the public. Anyone wishing to address the board, please come forward. Please make sure you fill out a green card, turn it into the clerk, and state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Bruce Hallis. I live at 6059 South Sydney Terrace in Homosassa. I'm here to see about getting a road closed. We have a private road that I maintain, and I have a lot of people cutting through it, and they're tearing the road up. And I was making sure if I could get it closed off so that keep all the traffic down, the dust and everything, and help me maintain the road better.
Mr. Howard, could you have somebody from staff
Yes.
get with him? We're going to have Carl meet you out back and get some information from you.
All right, thank you very much.
We appreciate you being here. Thank you.
All right, Curtis Bryant, LaCanto. I've got to leave early today, so I'm going to kind of be one of those people that talks and bounces. That I have a real job to get to today. So a couple things here. That's farm number 1. I emailed all of you guys last week. Haven't heard any responses back for that, so I wanted to bring this to the public's attention. I think I found a loophole in the contract that allows us to cancel that contract. We talked about the amendments last time. You guys made the amendment to postpone the closing until they get their development project approved. That was 18 months ago. At the time when you guys decided to do this, you guys said it was going to be a matter of months before this happened, and here we are a year and a half later, no progress to that. So that loophole required them to submit their application for developments within a specified period of time. I believe it was 20 days after the due diligence period closed. They were 30 days late on that. So I feel that you guys are able to cancel the contract. And this property there will be a good use for the public. You guys are talking about conservation later on today. This is a great place for that because there are wetlands attached and things like that. So I urge you guys to look into that option there. North Florida Land Trust, you guys are going to be talking about that here this afternoon. I want to stress to you guys that Commissioner Davis did a great job of getting the fundraising for this, the $43,000 paid for in full. So no taxpayer funds are expended for this. So I don't see why there would be a reason to push back on that. If we're talking about later on with Pirates Cove, that's $300,000 required for donations for that. I haven't seen any list of names for that, and she brought you guys a list of names of everyone that's donating. Further with that, the sales tax, one question I have, I've heard that this is coming back and, some behind the scenes stuff going on and whatnot. One question I haven't seen answers for yet is why are we trying to rush this through rather than waiting for the state to do its thing in January, February? We don't know what the property taxes are going to look like. We don't know what the state's going to decide for that. So why would there be a push to get this through here in October, November when we don't know what that's going to look like? So I urge you guys to get that question answered and see what that looks like. Lastly, you guys are going to be talking about LKQ here at 5 o'clock this afternoon. I'm going to urge you guys to stick with the vote that the PDC made. They're expanding an industrial area into our lowest density residential housing areas here in the county. And I believe the PDC got that correct in that. A lot of people, they dislike development because it's changing the zoning of land that they've had and upzoning. This would be a sample of that. So I would urge you guys to go with the PDC decision on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the board? Seeing none, we'll close open to the public. All right, board members, we're going to move on to regular business.
Motion to approve E1A through, good grief. K, no, P, wow, E1.
Second.
A through P, got it.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, board, any further comment? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E2.
A, B, and C.
A, B, and C.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E3, A, and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E4.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E5.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick.
A and B.
A and B, yes.
And a second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E6.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E7, A and B.
Motion
Second.
by Commissioner Barrick
Second.
and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Welcome back.
Actually made a mistake this year, first one. I already said my piece if there's any questions, but I would urge you to support our letter of support. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. E8 was pulled. E9. Oh, I think that was pulled too, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Chair.
No,
E9
E9
was added.
There was just additional information on
Yeah.
that.
It was an additional item, Chair.
Okay.
Motion to approve E9.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan,
Second.
and I have a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input?
Chair,
Yes,
for
ma'am.
the record, is that A and B?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Man, this may be a record.
Short meeting.
Good afternoon. Don't
Hi
jinx
there.
us. I have a few updates for you today for the outstanding commission items. The first is our pavement management system implementation. It's going along nicely. And we are expecting a presentation from that consultant at the November 18th board meeting. So we should get a lot more of our questions about the details of that system answered at that time, since they've moved forward in the implementation. Deltona, SCOP resurfacing, most of the pavement is down, but it's undergoing testing right now, and there will be punch list items, so we can't give an exact date for completion, but it is moving right along. Core civic staffing is at 90% as of September 30th. And last but not least, we have the offshore reef enhancement, the loading of the barge. I see Commissioner Kennard's thumb going up there, is in progress, and the contractor is headed to the deployment site early tomorrow morning. So over the next few months, we should get all of that dumped in there, and then we get to see it start getting habitated by some of the creatures. So, any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Howard.
I have nothing to add.
All right. Moving on. I-1, Advisory Board nominations and appointments. I do not have my... I don't have my agenda up here. Does anybody else?
The crab board?
Yes, it's the crab board, the snafu with the crab board.
We have two individuals that.
That's all right. Anybody want to
Sure.
just provide direction?
I think Eric's here. So when I read, Eric, everything that you gave to us in backup, it seems like you have 6 members that are supposed to be there. So I would just keep the 6 members, and then as you usually do when there's openings, let's put it out there. So you have 6 members right now, and then we need to advertise for 1 member and I believe 1 alternate.
Yeah, as long as you just give me authority to clear it up, then.
That seemed like my easy solution when I read it.
Okay.
We'll see what the board says, but it seems pretty cut and dry.
That works for me.
Okay.
Board, do we have a consensus?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Do we need a vote?
Yeah, it's just direction.
Okay.
Commissioner Davis, you are up.
Woohoo. Okay. Of course, it's not loading. There it goes. All right. To clear a few things up, this has almost nothing to do with the sales tax discussion whatsoever. This would be what I believe is our first land conservation plan for the county, paid for entirely by stakeholders in the county. And if you've had a chance to review the list, it's a pretty impressive list, 2 of whom are in the audience right now. Hello, Dixie. Hello, Jerry. And so I've gotten overwhelming support and exceptionally fast buy-in from everyone I've spoken to about this. One thing that I'm particularly happy about is that it's a great cross-section of various entities in the county. There's a lot of agriculture on here, and because they certainly want to see the agriculture move forward in the county for many generations to come. And the opposite of that is the dastardly developers that tend to eat agriculture. And so those guys are on board with it as well. And that's, you know, I know they're getting slammed for, people are suspicious that there's some sort of ulterior motive, but I would say that that falls under the heading of damned if you do, damned if you don't. We want our developers, our good developers, to step up and continue to create a community that we can all be thankful for and proud of. And these guys were very quick to put money into that. So, and if you are looking for an ulterior motive, it does make what they do build in this county much more desirable and beautiful when it's surrounded by nature and farms. So I would like to make a motion that we direct staff to work with NFLT to piggyback its agreement with Highlands County, including the scope of work as presented by NFLT. And secondly, to direct county staff to establish a fund from within which to accept stakeholder donations. And I have a third thing I want to talk about, but it's not a voting item, but it's a motion to approve J1, 1, and 2, or A and B, I guess it would be.
I will second it.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input?
Hi, I'm Tracy from Lecanto. I thank you for your thoughts on this. I do just have one small concern as far as like the research they're going to do. Is there a way that you can better explain how they're going to research it? Because like other surveys and researches I've heard of, I've never actually seen or heard reach out, to the actual community. So I was just wondering if you could better explain how that might be.
Yes, ma'am, I can do that after opening the public.
Could we get a green card from you, ma'am? Tracy? Mr. Hollins, how are you?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. It's been a while since I've been over here, and I see you all are doing well. And I don't want to let the cookie out of the bag, but there might be some in the back room. I'm not going to say any more than that. Not from me, from my lovely wife. Anyway, I think this is a great idea. I'm sorry to say that a long time ago, I had to sell about 15,000 acres to pay inheritance tax. And that's before they had conservation zones and buying development rights, et cetera, et cetera. This is a great way to keep your land, live on it, have your cows, have your trees, have your timber, have hunting leases, have a couple of residentials there for you and your kin folks, or your grandma, or your granddad, and keep the land in rural like this county started a long time ago. And when you sell your development rights, it's like you sell your land, but you're not developing your land. So let's just say you got 100 acres, you got X number of houses per acre, and they buy the value of the lots on there. That's the conception, that's what they're trying to do. And that gives you some money for you to maintain your lifestyle. But when you walk up to a farmer and you offer him $40,000 an acre, and he goes out there and looks at his cows, and he looks at a couple of pine trees, he's going to give in. But when you offer him to buy his development rights, and you won't have the development there, but he can still get his so-called $40,000. It's a win-win-win. It will preserve this land. It won't stop development, but it'll preserve this land who people have been in here a long time and been doing agricultural land here. I appreciate y'all's support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the board? Seeing none, we'll close open to the public.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Davis.
What Mr. Holland said is exactly right. For a point of clarity, there's already funds that come down from the state every year that farms and ranches can apply for to sell the development rights. It's called the Rural and Family Lands Protection Program, overseen by FTAX and Commissioner Simpson. When I met with him a couple of weeks ago, he said, look, Holly, he said, we get a lot of applications every year, and if your Citrus County farmers and ranchers fall below the funding line because they grade those applications and they get a variable amount from the state each year. And he said if they fall below the funding line, they're out of luck for another year. And some of our farmers and ranchers are getting up there and they want to make sure that their families are taken care of, and they don't want to sell out to developers. And so I don't want them to have to wait and wait and wait until maybe someday they'll get approved. So Commissioner Simpson said if you provide a local match, that jumps them to the top of the list. And so my vision that I alluded to earlier is that we would immediately after this, and the next thing I'll probably bring to the board is the framework for us establishing a land trust of our own here in Citrus County, because a lot of people have reached out and said, hey, did you do like a general funding ask for this? Because I want to put money in. I'm like, great, we're going to do a land trust and you can put money in that. You can donate tax deductible monies. You know, we have some wealthy people here that can put in some pretty big numbers, or when people pass away, they can put in some pretty big numbers in their estate. And then that would be our own Citrus County Forever Nature Coast Land Trust. So we can provide those matching dollars for our farmers and ranchers to sell their development rights. The way that works is it stays on the tax rolls, and the cost to serve agriculture is 30 cents for every tax dollar they pay in. And they don't pay in a lot because they get an ag exemption, but they're so inexpensive for a community to support that it is a vital part of our tax structure. Residents were upside down on, businesses were right side up on. It's 70 cents to the dollar. So it is absolutely imperative from a taxing situation that we maintain all of our agriculture and not plant unending crops of houses. So secondly, they are actually maintaining their land. The state is not actually buying their land. They're buying the development rights, so it stays in the hands of farmers and ranchers. They can, if their kids and grandkids do not want to continue in farming and ranching, they can sell that to many of the fine young people that we have coming up through 4-H and Future Farmers of America. And while I'm on that subject, it's very important for us to have that rural connectivity when we're driving around some of our roads, Stagecoach and some places out there. Commissioner Bays family has a tree farm, and we need to have that connectivity to agriculture, and our kids need to be raised knowing where their food comes from. And lastly, they said food security is national security. If we ever have a war on our own soil, okay, not to, poke that bear, but we have to have local food. During COVID, local food came in handy, didn't it? I'm thinking about M&B Dairy, who was one of those that pitched in on this. So I'm really proud of this progress so far, and I hope very much that I'll have the board's full support.
Commissioner Barrick?
Okay, it amazes me how less than 30 minutes ago, a commissioner could vote for an IDA, which is a tool to bring industry to our county. More industry to our county. Where is the land the industry is going to go on? And now we have land trusts for the farmers. I feel the land trusts are a good thing. I'm glad she was able to get the funding so that this way it does not affect any of the citizens, but it does help our people that are farmers. Whatever kind of farm they have, whether it's a tree farm or got cattle, doesn't make a difference. We, as a board, in our statement at the beginning of our thing, said that our mission is to manage and foster prosperity by prioritizing and protecting the environmental assets. Our farms are our assets. And this group, as long, they are going to help us to protect them. And as long as it's not costing our citizens any money, I will back this every day of the week. But it still amazes me how less than 30 minutes ago she's talking about how wonderful industry is. So it blows my mind. You can go two directions.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis.
I also completely failed to answer your question, Tracy, so I'm going to come back to that in just a second, but not to belabor this point. But Commissioner Barrick, we have to have jobs. As Commissioner Bays said, we have a lot of unemployment. We have to have hope for our people. People have to have jobs. This is not sunshine, rainbows, and unicorns in a forest where we can drive around and admire the farms and not actually have jobs. Secondly, on our taxing structure, industry and business is 70 cents on the dollar. For every dollar they put in, we spend 70 cents to serve them. So do the math. We have to have a better balance with more businesses and industry here, judiciously placed. Judiciously placed is the key phrase here. To Tracy's point, thank you for your question. You can look at NLFT, North Florida Land Trust, so it's NFLT, just the 4 letters, .org, and look under green printing, it's in the menu. My understanding is that phase 1, which costs $21,000, will have, all from donations, they will interview commissioners, staff, subject matter experts, mostly, I believe mostly or all on the government side of things, Then on phase 2, they will go out to the community. Again, I believe it's going to be largely subject matter experts and those that are already working in that space. And they have under that green printing thing, you'll see, I believe it's under there, you'll see a diagram that has a whole list of different priorities that they're essentially asking the community what we prioritize. What do we need to go forward with to keep the Nature Coast special? So if you look, on the last meeting I referenced Clay County. Clay County is in some regards very close to Citrus County in that it has a similar political leanings. Most of Florida has the same political leanings, but they are a county that is being bisected by a major freeway. It's going from I-10 to I-95. 7 exits planned, 2 are already built out, and the developers have swarmed in and are building out those 2 exits. So the citizens went predictably a little crazy about, please stop, stop the development, or at least slow it. And where they vary from us dramatically is that they don't have 38% of their land mass already in preservation. We're really blessed with the Withlacoochee State Forest. So their priority was big swaths of land, hundreds, thousands of acres, big swaths. We are already blessed that way. So I looked at ag and I go, ag is really, all of my personal priorities would be agriculture, doing match for FDOC's program to sell development rights. It would be looking at our wildlife corridors to make sure that they're all connected. I bet y'all don't know that we have wildlife corridors underneath the Suncoast Parkway, but they don't publicize it. So, and Commissioner Simpson also is the one who actually codified our wildlife corridors statewide. So we need to make sure that those connectors are all made throughout Citrus County to do our part. We also could certainly use with sea level rise resiliency efforts for recharge areas and resiliency for flooding. And finally, on my priority list, and these are all really in no particular order per se, is passive recreation, much like the Ocala Wetlands Recharge Park, which is a place that actually does both the resiliency and flooding aspect, but also gives you a beautiful place to walk with your family and bird watch, take photos. It's a beautiful, if you Google Ocala Wetlands Recharge Park and look at that site, it's absolutely gorgeous. And so those, when they interview me, those are going to be my priorities. But when they interview other subject matter experts and the other commissioners, there might be completely different priorities. But that's the process as I understand it. And from the end of that, we get, it's like a blueprint for a house, we get a green print for our county on what we are prioritizing and what we need to set aside. And it will certainly help us make our decisions up here, which by the way, aren't easy a lot of times. And then it also provides a vision, a community vision that fits where nature and community thrive. So we'll do that fund. People can chip in for it. And one last thought. One of the snarkier responses I've heard when citizens are really upset about a developer coming in, buying land and coming in, and I personally I'm definitely not in favor of this response, but I've heard it before. Well, it's personal property rights. If you want to save it for development, then buy it and put it in conservation. And I'd like to ask how many of us have the money to buy hundreds of acres and put it into conservation? Not many. But this is a way for us to put in $100 a year, $1,000 a year. This is a way for the regular people to chip in on a land trust and save some of our land for the future. I am now officially dismounting from my high horse.
I don't want to turn this into a back and forth, but.
Well, I didn't want it back and forth, but this is the only place I can talk to her, or you, or Commissioner Finnegan, or Commissioner Carnahan, or Kennard, because we're not allowed to talk to each other about anything that's on the agenda. So my other thing I have to say is, this was where I had the opportunity to say something to Commissioner Davis. The biggest thing about jobs, because I'm on the jobs committee and I go to the meetings for CareerSource. One of the biggest reasons we do not, and we do have the highest unemployment, is we do not have people that meet the minimum requirements for the jobs. They can't pass the drug test, they can't pass the educational part, they don't have any whatever that they need. And you're finding that out if you go to the stores. Our people know that because when you go to the store and the kid can't give you change. It's hard to say that, but that's where our problem lies. It's not that we don't have jobs for them, because we do
Madam
have
Chair, point of
openings.
order.
So the thing is,
Can we keep the
wildlife
discussion
corridors-
germane to the agenda item?
I am, but I'm addressing what Commissioner Holly said at the beginning of her rebuttal to mine.
Can we keep
Okay.
it regarding to the Forever Nature
And
Coast
and the
study?
wildlife corridor, everybody has known about that for years. Because in the 1980s, the reason that the thruway wasn't put through was because of the wildlife corridor. And it was brought back to the board back around 2010, 11, 12. And then it was approved that they would, instead of coming straight across, they would go up with the veterans. So yeah, those two things were what I wanted to rebuttal, okay? And that's all I want to say.
Commissioner Davis, the only thing that confuses me in here in the backup, there's a budget transfer.
That would be a staff question.
Have Tammy come forward.
I mean, this, what you're proposing is completely paid
don't think
for
it-
by,
Wouldn't be relevant, probably, no.
and is that the totality of everything that's going to be needed, or
Yes,
would this
ma'am.
be?
That is 100% pays for the green print, which is essentially a land conservation plan for Citrus County. The only weird thing, which will come back, we'll have to figure out with budget, is that Duke Energy and Withlacoochee River Electrical Co-op, by their bylaws, have to pay North Florida Land Trust directly. So our purchase order will be adjusted downward for their donations directly to the Land Trust. And the Land Trust is enthusiastically earmarking that directly to pay down what our PO would be. Does that
And
make
there will
sense?
there will be no further.
Zero tax dollars, no further encumbrances whatsoever.
Yes, ma'am. So what's the, so that takes
Question.
care, that's,
Yeah, that
okay, it
takes
was
care of
just,
Number 3. Yeah.
okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Commissioner Kennard.
All right, on to an item that I've been waiting for a long time to bring to this board. Finally, we have a signed contract to purchase Pirates Cove property. So I'm going to, without belaboring the point, I'm going to make a motion that this board approve item K1, A through C. And I noticed it was not addressed, and I apologize, it wasn't addressed in the agenda item, where the county's commitment of $900,000 would come from. I've said consistently that would be 3 different sources, from park impact fees, from the TDC, and what was formerly known as Duke Special Projects Fund. I would suggest that we get the $900,000 from those 3 sources, equally $300,000 from each, and the private funding to the tune of $352,005.41 will come from private entities. And there's been a little bit of concern about there of who these philanthropists are. Why aren't there any names attached to it? You may never know who the names are. You know, these folks, when they donate larger sums of money, it may end up being donated to a nonprofit for their tax deduction on it, and then the nonprofit write a check for that. Some of these folks don't want to necessarily get hit up for every time that there's a new project come before the board. They may very well want to be public. I'll leave that up to them. But the bottom line is the terms of the contract have not changed. We've got 120 days once we direct the chair to sign this, and then it's up to staff to take over our part of it, and the group I've been working with on putting together the private part of this. It's up to them to write the checks and bring this thing to a close, and ultimately bring Pirates Cove property into the public hands in perpetuity. This would expand our park. Honestly, it truly would make a destination park at the end of Ozella Trail. So I'm ecstatic. I've got a tremendous amount of support publicly for this, for the effort. It's been a team effort. This board and previous boards have stuck through this through a long process, and I'm thankful that we're finally here. So that's my motion to
Second.
approve item. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
And-
Commissioner Finnegan?
Chair.
Yes.
I think my question is what you're about to ask. Commissioner Kennard, I was actually going to second your motion, but I had a question. I heard you say K1 A through C, and I'm looking at A through E.
Yes, I apologize, A through E.
Was that your question, Madam Clerk? Yeah.
And I will amend my second as well, and also say that depending on timing, I have an excellent destination for those funds to flow through if we can get the Forever Nature Coast Fund up and running in time.
Very good.
Is there any public comment?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jerry Mulligan, longtime resident of Citrus County. And I point that out because I have covered news in this community for 50 years. And I have had the pleasure of experiencing some bold moves by county commissions in the past to do things like this Pirate Cove project. Some of you may not even have been around at the time, but there was a proposal once to build 10-story condominiums out where we have Ford Island Gulf Beach. Commissioners stood up and they stopped that project from happening, and that property is now a beautiful park. Homosassa Springs Attraction was going to become a development. There was a commissioner at the time, John Barnes, who stood up and took the leadership role in that and stopped that from happening and got the public, even though there were a lot of critics of the project, got the public to step forward and pay for the purchase of Homosassa Springs and turn it now into one of the most popular state parks in all of Florida. I'll remind you of Three Sister Springs was also going to be turned into a condominium project. We had citizens and we had county government at the time step up and say, no, we're not going to let that happen. They raised $11.8 million at the time to purchase that property. And now it's a National Wildlife Refuge, one of the most popular in the nation. And it took the leadership and the guts of our county commission to step up and say, hey, this is a natural asset out there that needs to be protected. Can I remind you, Buzzard Island in the middle of Kings Bay, some of you may not remember, there was a condominium project planned for Buzzard Island, and they were going to build a bridge across to it. Again, public interest groups and citizens stepped forward and said, no, we're going to buy that property, we're going to protect this asset for future generations. And that's what you're being asked to do today. You hear all these conversations about growth going on in our community. It is so critical that you as the leaders of this community representing us understand that these assets need to be protected for future public use. And I applaud Commissioner Kennard for taking the leadership role in this. This is one of those decisions that 20 years from now, 50 years from now, people will say, thank you to the leadership that you guys showed at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close open to the public. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
You don't have to laugh when I say aye.
Fantastic. Thank you, board. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Barrick.
At this point, I have nothing to say.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Nothing today, ma'am.
Next on the agenda today is under me, which is the proposed Knox, whatever you call them, cabinets. This came up because we wanted to install them. I think Chief Stevens is going to have some remarks about these. Just a little bit of direction. At first, I didn't think it was going to be a big deal, and then I thought, well, if we put them in certain places, I wanted to make sure that the board was aware in case we got phone calls. but I think it's a good thing. I actually received a letter from a constituent today as well that was very much in favor of them. So, Chief?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So this program was adopted by the Opioid Task Force. It was a program that was brought forward to be able to get Narcan available into the communities, readily available. As you know, Narcan is a medication that we can administer, a citizen can administer to save lives when we have opioid overdoses. So again, this is a part of that process for us to help reduce the deaths of opioid overdoses.
And it's fully funded through our,
Yes, Commissioner, it's fully funded through the opioid abatement money coming in from the state. So there will be no cost passed on to the citizens of Citrus County.
board members, you have any questions?
Chair, can I get him to state his name for the record?
Jason
are
Morgan,
you?
Division Chief of EMS for Citrus County Fire Rescue.
Board, do you have any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we'll open it up to the public at this time. Anyone wishing to address this item? Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Bays and a second by Davis. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Ms. Lynn?
I have nothing.
All right, we're going to do open to the public. Would anyone like to address the board? Seeing none, we do have a time certain at 3:30, so I guess we'll just recess for the time being. Well, let me
Reconvene when?
Wait just one moment. Let me go back under me. We kind of left the sales tax hanging, so I want to get just I want to get some input from the board of what you would like to do on the sales tax. Oh, is that me? It is me. Somebody's calling. Tell me there's something. You said it's at 3:30? Yes. Oh, they quit ringing. Does anybody have any direction of what you would like to see on the sales tax, the 1 cent penny?
Yes, I'll chime in.
Okay.
And I'm going to take a step back here and say, not a step back, I'm going to take a step forward and say Commissioner Barrick was 100% correct. The input that I have gotten since we first started talking about it was very straightforward. Keep it simple. We want our roads taken care of. And while I've been a proponent of setting aside a portion of it for conservation, a portion of it for this, having different pieces to be attractive to different people, I have not had a single person call me or contact me and say, we want a portion of this for this. I have had 2 people actually from the steering committee independently have reached out to me and said half or more than half of the people who participated wanted their roads taken care of. Keep it simple. Put the money, 100% of the money towards roads. When you find a piece of conservation property to be acquired, the residents will rally around that. We'll find the money to do that, to Commissioner Davis's agenda item today. When those pieces are identified and they come available, then we'll mobilize and make that happen. But in order to get this across the line, keep it simple. 1 cent, how many years, and for roads. Keep it that simple. So props to my colleague, Commissioner Barrick. You were spot on, and I had missed the mark, but I am there now.
Commissioner Barrick?
I'd like to thank Commissioner Kennard. I've been going out to the people, and that's what they've been telling me, and that's all they want. Residential roads resurfaced and repaved only. And they are very, very upset that we're not getting, even with 16 million, we're not getting roads done for them yet. There's little progress. So hopefully, if we get this on the ballot and get it approved, the 23 million will make a difference. Okay, and I really appreciate the fact that you seem to be on board with, you know, the idea that we need to do this as commissioners, we need to put it on as a referendum, and then pray that the people agree with it, or at least 51% of the people agree with us, and then we get it into action. Thank you.
Commissioner Finnegan, you have anything? I've also spoke with the steering committee regarding this, and I see Don Taylor out there. I don't know if he has anything that he's going to want to add here. I'm glad to hear that it's for roads. I would like to not limit it to just residential roads, but I think the conversation then would center around for what time frame. And I don't know if anybody has any suggestions about that. Again, I'm going to just preface this by saying this isn't going to fix everything, but it's a good start. It will help get us a little closer if it passes. And Don, would you like to come up and talk about the steering committee?
Afternoon, Commissioners. As Commissioner Bay said, I'm the chair of the steering committee for the local option sales tax. And we had a presentation a month or so ago about the findings of the committee, and that was all laid out. And then we were a little bit concerned that the commissioners weren't moving forward fast enough with this, because it does have to go through the state. And then if the commissioners decide to put it on the ballot, there's got to be a marketing campaign to explain everything to the electorate. And so we've had another meeting of the steering committee, and the letter that I sent to you had it referenced as 70% for road resurfacing, 25% for road capacity issues. That would be turn lanes and widening and things like that. We wanted to define that because we didn't want it to say that it was just for potholes or something like that, okay? And then we put in county parks at 5%, so that adds up to the 100%. Now, since then, we have had a discussion, and there's a consideration that maybe 75% goes towards road resurfacing, and 25% for improvements. And, you know, before Commissioner how's that for a loss when your name's right there? I love you too, Don. I know. Commissioner Davis had mentioned that maybe some of it should go towards purchasing land in the future. Well, now that's been reversed, and Commissioner Davis is now proposing to take another venue of that and decouple from the local option sales tax. So we had, as I say, we had a discussion, put 75% towards road resurfacing, 25% towards improvements, have it for 10 years, okay? And also maybe a consideration that we reduce the ad valorem tax by 0.2 for 10 years and 0.4 for 20 years. I think that would be an incentive to get more of the citizens behind the initiative if we did that. So that's kind of where we are now. Questions? Okay.
Well, I will just say that is actually probably a good idea. I don't say a lot because I honestly don't think it's going to pass. But if we can show on the ballot that the taxpayers will save money, I think that gets us a little bit ahead, and I can understand why you're saying that with the point 2 and point 4. Yeah, so if we're doing roads, there would have to be some incentive, but I think when small groups of people are talking about it, but when larger groups go to the ballot, especially if there was nothing showing that they would save money on their ad valorem,
Right.
I don't think it's gonna pass, but the idea of lowering that may work.
Okay.
Mr. Howard, when is Mont McDonald coming to give the presentation?
Top of my head, I'm pretty sure it's November 18th. I'm pretty sure that's the date. I don't know if staff can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm correct? Okay, good. First time today. No, but November 18th, which they'll bring forward data. And they're going to ask for input from the board on the level of spending, those kind of things, but that'll be the first time you're going to see all that data presented formally.
So this is not an agenda item, and I guess I'm looking for board consensus. Would you like to take the recommendation of the steering committee and ask and give direction to staff to bring something back, or would you prefer to wait and hear what Mont McDonald has to say and talk about our roads and the pavement condition indexing and what they're anticipating? And then I guess my only other question is, it's my understanding, if we say resurfacing, that could, I don't know terminology, but it was indicated to me that that would limit to just paving and milling, and it wouldn't include if you needed full depth reclamation and some other things. So that's one of my.
Yeah, I'd bring staff up for if you want a definition, I'd let them give you the definition and not me.
Thank you, Don.
Sure.
Chair, Commissioners, Carlton Hall, Public Works. So I think we're calling it a pavement management program, which would include all aspects of managing pavement, whether that would be maintenance all the way to full depth reclamation.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
I know I've taken a bit of an about face here, but I'm going to suggest that we put 100% of this towards road resurfacing. Residential road resurfacing, we do it for 4 years. There's no reason to bond it if you're road resurfacing. That 4 years gives county government an opportunity to gain greater trust from the voting public. Then in 4 years, when this sunsets, you can point to, we've put $100 million or $75 million at that point when a campaign would begin. Here are the miles and miles and miles of roads that we've resurfaced in the last 3 years or 4 years. Then at that point, if you want to include expansion of roads or expanding capacity, improving intersections, other infrastructure, stuff like that, then the public has seen that you've done exactly what you said you were going to do with it.
Can I just tag on one
Yeah,
quick thing?
yeah.
Just so that the only thing that I was disputing in that, if you just say resurfacing, I believe technically we can only do mill and pave. So if you have a road that needs more than just milling and paving, it would be excluded. That was kind of how it was explained to me.
It could be.
That's the only reason
Yeah.
I'm bringing it up. I'm not talking about capacity or safety issues. I'm talking about doing roads,
Yeah.
but that would be my only concern.
I think my position there would be, we go find the money to do those projects, those individual projects when need be. Which 4-year windows are a relatively short period of time. But when I think it gives you the opportunity then, like I said, to show the public, we have put every single cent of this into road resurfacing so that the public isn't having the doubts, even though I understand what has happened with our gas tax dollars. They don't say, well, this was supposed to go towards it, but we're using it towards guardrails. We're using some of it towards this, some of it towards bond repayment, so forth. If at the end of 3 years or at the end of 4 years, the county commission can say look the public in the eye and say, we have spent every single penny of this on road resurfacing. Here's what we would like to do going forward for the next 4 years, 5 years, or 10 years at that point, so that you would be able to bond a portion of it to do some of those larger projects. But over the next 4 years, when one of these Duncanfelds or Dunklin projects come up, or 486 comes up, where we've got a larger project there, we find the money to do that in the existing budget. May tighten things up, but we find the money to do it.
I think it's all. Can I ask
Madam
Carlton
Chair.
something?
Commissioner Berg?
Carlton, I got a question. Okay, resurfacing and repaving. When we consider resurfacing and repaving, does that mean that all the slurry roads in Citrus Springs are going to get resurfaced and have a nice finish to them, instead of having where you can't even walk on them?
So if I understand your question correctly, you're asking if this would do all of the roads in
Well,
Citrus Springs?
would those roads be included? In other words, Commissioner Bay says that going down and milling might not be included.
Correct.
What I'm wondering is, with all the roads in Citrus Springs that have slurry, because former people said slurry was wonderful, and those people have lived on those kind of roads a long time, and they deserve to have that surfaced flat.
Yeah, when you think about mill and pave, that's not what we do in Citrus Springs or Pine Ridge. We do something called open grade, where we
Okay.
go right over the top of the surface that's there, because we can't mill those roads because of the soil cement base. And so we would have to make sure we clarify that as well.
So would we add that into, in other words, when we're making this referendum, resurfacing, repaving, and open grade where needed?
Correct.
In other words, it would encompass all the types of things that need to be done, that could be done quicker than using the extra, using any money that we actually get, if they approve it, to do the going down.
Correct.
Okay, because I know that's gonna cost more. And I know there's a lot of roads out there that do need to go all the way down. Okay, so we should narrow it down to like resurfacing, repaving, and an open grading where needed.
Madam Chair.
But I agree with Commissioner Kennard, 4 years, and then let the people decide again. If they like what happened, we should be able to get it approved for another 4 years.
Ms. Lynn?
Is there a technical word that encompasses those three things?
Pavement management program, but that could mean a lot of things. I think we're going to have to, narrow it down, but we need to
Rather than having
specifically.
three words,
I think it's going to be a mill and pave, or it's going to be a open grade. That's really what we're looking at. Because we don't just resurface a road any longer. In the past, the county has gone in and just put asphalt on top of asphalt, but it does not last, or it does not stay, for that 25-year period that we're looking for, unless you mill and pave, or unless you put in this open grade technique on top of the soil cement base roads.
so resurface doesn't mean those two things? In a technical category, in a technical book somewhere, or the Webster's,
Really, when you think about the open grade, that's something that kind of been tested and tried in Citrus County. I'm not sure if a whole lot of other counties do it because of the type of roadways that were put in those two neighborhoods in the 80s, 70s.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis?
So I said before, when I brought up some concerns, I'll be happy to run up this hill, but I ain't gonna die on it. I see both sides, I really do. So I'm just gonna have some possibly slightly disjointed thoughts for consideration. I continue to both laud the Chamber's efforts through their sales tax town halls and their effort on that. I do have some professional concerns coming from a market research, a marketing background where I did actually take market research for that degree. So much like I never argue with you about insurance or medical or any of y'all's individual specialties, I hope you at least take to heart what I'm saying is that I am waving a giant yellow flag of caution, like it's the Indy 500. be very careful about going forward without a professional market research study. I do have an alternate path for that, which I'll discuss in a minute. I would say yes, I'd like to hear what Mott McDonald has to say. I will also say I am 100% in favor of what the voters want. If they want 100% for roads, I am totally jiggy with that. Whatever breakdown they want, I'm good with, but the voters have to speak. From what I hear, if this fails, we would have 6 to 8 years before the collective memory fades enough that a future commission could bring this back. I've also heard, and again, I've been a commissioner for a whopping 5 years, so this is going back to what the common wisdom is, so to speak, that you want more than one thing on the ballot. And also, I would have a concern that 4 years is not enough to actually show that kind of monster change to get that trust from the public. I'm also, and I'm about to say something really positive, and I'll say that and then I'll flip back. What I do love about 100% for residential road resurfacing, probably for a longer period of time, I'd have to hear how much we're going to progress with what would probably be $100 million for 4 years. It does give us an opportunity to flip roads to an MSBU. So people are actually paying for a freshly paved road in front of their house over 10 years, and then that goes away off of their taxes. And it's no longer on ad valorem, right? So that's way, way, way more fair with all the sand roads and the private roads that currently pay taxes to have their residential road paved, but they're not actually getting that benefit. Which leads me to my concern is that there's a decent amount of people in the county who won't benefit from a sales tax for residential road resurfacing. They just got their road paved. They got 20 years before they're going to worry about it, or their private road or their sand road. So those are just some of my concerns. Someone mentioned, or Don Taylor, Don, where'd you go? Are you hiding? See how I remembered your name? You know I'm just teasing you. I have mad respect for you, Don. I love the idea of an ad valorem decrease. I would want to hear if it's in conjunction with a sales tax for roads. I'd want to hear that we're actually not going to shoot ourselves in the foot because, by gosh, we've got a very deep hole to climb out of with roads in general, both resurfacing and also widening. So an ad valorem decrease, mind you, we talked about job creation and businesses moving here. Ad valorem decrease will help a lot with that, which is another reason to pull residential roads off of ad valorem and put them on an MSBU. The alternative path, which is in the incredibly lengthy backup that I put in for J1, says that the green print that North Florida Land Trust is now going to do for us, that opens up the door that we could possibly get the Trust for Public Land, which specializes in these market research studies, to actually do that for us and possibly even getting it fully funded. And that's about a $58,000 study. I'm not talking about putting tax dollars behind this, so nobody say that at all. It opens the door for that. So I would suggest that we look at hear what Mott McDonald has to say, get through the green printing program. It also gives us time to see the temperature in Tallahassee on what they're going to do with taxes this year. And one last thing, if Trust for Public Land does this market research study, everybody's had a vision test, right? You know how annoying that is? They'll give you how's this? Okay, and then, is this better or worse? How's this? Is this better or worse? Okay, it's exactly like that. They will test a statistically valid cross-section of our demographics, including the snowbirds, which weren't here for the chamber surveys. They'll start off with whatever we want. And if that is, we're going to do 100% for good roads, let's just call it that, Carlton, instead of a technical term. Would you vote to have a ton of repaving done in the county if it's going to cost you? And they name the figure what the average cent costs the average taxpayer or the average shopper in Citrus County. And they go through all of that and they say, okay, would you be more or less likely to vote for it if it's roads and schools? Would you be more or less likely to vote for it if it's roads and land conservation? More or less likely roads and parks? And they do a very thin slices of that. They drill down and down and down, much like a vision test. And then that kicks out, the data nerds crunch all of those numbers, and it kicks out the absolute most likely to pass and what that likelihood is. That gives us, to use Commissioner Kennard's favorite expression, one of his favorites, a bite at the apple, where we get to prove as county government very specifically that that 1 cent has done this, 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 and this as you voted, voting public for whatever period that the sunset is. So that's, like I said, I'm not going to die on this hill. These are my concerns and my thoughts. I hope y'all will take those into consideration as we move forward, but I'm dismounting.
Commissioner Finnegan?
We're talking about roads, and it's interesting that you brought up the points that I made at the last discussion. Who's not voting for this? People that live on private roads, people that just had the roads paved. If you do it in 4 years, then all those, if it even passed, those people aren't going to care to pay more. A couple of things were said at this meeting. One, I think Commissioner Bays, you were talking about people in Citrus County, half being Alice or in poverty. These are people that you're asking to pay more in sales tax. And I'll tell you, when people that don't have money, when they give money, when they donate, like they donate to the United Way, and you'd be surprised, a lot of people that support our nonprofits are the ones that are just at Alice or just above, because they want to feel good that they're helping their community. So what do I think you get people to vote a yes? It's something that everybody feels good about, helping children, sports complex, or something to do with law enforcement, something for our firefighters, things that make them feel good inside. Roads, I don't think get us there. But when we started this, I said, if it's, you all want to put it on the ballot, whatever. I don't have strong feelings about it because I feel like it's not going to pass. I'll go along with it. But in the beginning, we asked Mr. Taylor to put together this vision group. Not only that, Commissioner Bays had asked us all, I believe we all did it, 3 people from each of our district. So all of these people have taken their time, got with Mr. Taylor. They have this steering committee, and he has come before us and said that this is what we collectively think. And that was the advice that we were supposed to go with. So do I still think it gets us there? No. But if you're asking for my opinion on a direction, well, I'm going to do what we said we did. I would take his advice. He just came up here. He gave his thoughts, how it should be broken out, how he thinks that you could get more yes votes, and for the length of time. So I would be more inclined to do what we said that we would do in the beginning, and see if that would make it. Still don't think it gets us all the way there. I don't think roads, when we have half the population struggling, they're not going to want to pay anymore. But I would be willing, with all the time and effort that steering committee put in, to take their advice. Thank you.
I'll give you some comments if you're trying to get to 3:30.
Knock your socks off.
I can mostly support what Commissioner Finnegan just mentioned. Certainly, we asked Don to head up, or Don volunteered to head up this steering committee. Those folks volunteered. They put in all their time. They held the public outreach meetings, and they brought us back some information that is laid out for us exactly how many people, what percentage of the people who actually participated in these meetings, what they wanted to see this money being used for, or what were their priorities for this money, and better than half of them said roads. I don't think it's terribly difficult to to move forward with those recommendations, and quite frankly, maybe once this board does decide to put it on the ballot, and we step away from it, I think that steering committee would be a good group to continue forward. Ultimately, maybe they do get a Mott McDonald or another organization involved in the campaign part of it, but that's up to them. We stay out of it at this point. But they've put in their time. It's a good group of folks that went out and did this. My hope is that we don't overthink it. We keep it simple, get it on the ballot, let the steering committee continue to do their thing, and then let the public decide. You know, they either want to do this and improve our roads, or they decide, no, we're not ready to do that just yet. So I think the less complex, the sooner that we get this moving, the better, because the campaign part of it, as we talked about, and Commissioner Finnegan just reiterated, this is an uphill battle. And the longer period of time that committee, and if they do utilize some type of a consultant or whatever, however they end up going about it, that they're going to need as much time as they can to get enough people on board. You know, if we want to extend it longer than that, to Commissioner Davis's point, if we want to extend it longer than that 4 years to give it more time to get traction, to show a better track record, fine. But I think we've got to keep it simple.
I want to chime in on a couple things. I think we as policymakers have a lot more information sometimes than what other individuals or citizens have. I like 4 years if we're going to do resurfacing, because I think after that, we've kind of earned the trust back of the citizens. We've done what we've said we would do with the money. And then you can go on and look at maybe expanding that 1 cent later. I would be very concerned if we weren't, if we did something beyond that. And I say that because we already know from Mott McDonald on our pavement condition, just to stay exactly where we're at today is $40 million a year that we're supposed to be investing into the resurfacing. Over the last 3 years, if you averaged it out, it's $16 million. To me, that tells me that we have a $24 million negative against what we should be doing to maintain that network. And therefore, you have a deficiency. Those roads are continuing to deteriorate. So you would have to add that deterioration rate plus your inflation rate on top of that. I know that's getting way in the weeds, but I feel really strong about the fact that if we're going to do residential road repaving, that we need to kind of stick with that 4 years, show some progress on it, and then come back, because there are going to be other things that to expand on roads. You've said it perfectly in the past, Commissioner Kennard. If there's just some safety improvements that we can make sometimes, adding a turn lane or reworking an intersection, those can help traffic flow, and we can't get there by just doing this penny on resurfacing. And I think it would be a more prudent way for us to do some resurfacing and then come back at the end of 4 years so that we can expand it out to do some of those other things. That's my 2 cents. And again, in my opinion, we, at some future date, are going to have to decide real budget reform, and that if that means an MSBU for roads or it means an MSTU for roads, this is not going to be sustainable out of the ad valorem. But again, this is a way. We're right now, that 0.4 of a mil is about 6.1 million. We've been putting 4 million out of gas tax, and then we're making up some difference. I don't know. I hear what we're saying. Well, I just think the 4 years is where we need to be, and if then we can give back the 0.4 over this 4 years if we want, we can make that decision later. But I feel firm about let's get some pavement management in there. Let's go for 4 years, and give it a chance to work and build some confidence back with the taxpayers to show them that that's what we want to do. And at the end of the day, if it's turned down, we can't pave your roads. So, we'll have to figure out a different mechanism. But we've tried to come up with additional resources. If it doesn't work, I mean, there's only so much money in the pot, and I don't mind saying it. If we've got a roughly ad valorem collections are about, I don't know if Tammy's back there, roughly just under 150 million, I believe. And you can do the math. If we have 51.6 million in unfunded state mandates and our sheriff's budget is 51 million and we still have to fund the other constitutional officers and we still have to fund all the other sources, we exceed every tax dollar that we collect and take from other things to make up the difference. So we feel the pain too. It's inflation. So, Ms. Lynn, you're looking at me with bated breath.
Yes, well, on a positive note, I think we've found a way to limit the potentials and give the voters something very specific that they would be voting on. What if you said pavement management, which that seems to cover, but then say exclusive to 3 things. Open grade resurfacing, milling and resurfacing, and resurfacing. That seems to cover the universe of resurfacing, and it's a very finite list of things. Just putting it out there for y'all to think about.
I like it.
I have one final thought on this. Commissioner Finnegan, that was not a new thought when I said that before. I've said it all along. It's not fair to those with paving, that pay for their own paving and so forth. But you had a absolutely brilliant observation. Normally I lob brilliant at the one at the other end just to flatter him, but I'm not flattering you. This was a brilliant observation that the heart has to be there to vote for it. And so I still say that having a professional research firm do this, because, say, for example, would you do a penny for public safety? Is that the warm and fuzzy that people are looking for? That offloads our public safety budget by $25 million a year, which we can turn around and use for road resurfacing, right? On the general fund. So that's just another way to skin the cat and still get to where you want to be. So I was looking at the chair for that, and everyone, we all want to dig out of this infrastructure hole. All 5 of us do. And I think all 5 of us agree that it is smart money to get 25% of what we want or need paid for by neighbors, right? So how do we get from A to B? The issue here is that we don't get any of that money if the voters don't agree with it and don't pass it. And then we have to wait 6 to 8 years. So I'm still saying a market research firm doing this, that with a statistically valid, that's the problem with what I think has already been done. What I really, really, really appreciate about not only the effort that everyone put in, I really appreciate that it gave a big, giant heads up as to what the answers are skewing towards. Okay, but a couple of percentage points make a doggone big difference in pass or fail. And so it doesn't hurt to measure twice and cut once. And I still feel like if we give them a list of things that they can test, we'll see what will pass, and that would be a more surefire way to get this done and help our budget overall. Thank you.
Commissioner Barrick?
Okay, I sit here and I listen. The 5 of us picked 3 people each for this committee. We picked a business person that lived in the district, we picked a renter, and we picked a homeowner. So the research has been done by the groups, okay? Mr. Taylor's group was made up of business people, renters, and homeowners. So to me, we don't need to go out and spend any more money testing. If Mr. Taylor's group wants to do a little bit more for us for free, that's fine. Also, when it comes to these private road owners, they have to use either residential roads or county roads to get wherever they're going. So when you say they don't like this because they don't want to pay more tax, I'm sorry. You can't go from their private road anywhere. So they have to use our roads. And the last thing I wanted to say was snowbirds and visitors are either visiting because they have relatives on our residential roads, or they're snowbirds living on our residential roads because they're renting, or they own a house on our residential roads. So to make them responsible is all we're doing. And that's all we're gonna hopefully do with the referendum, is ask them, look at this and say yes for 4 years, okay? And if during the 4 years, we show you that we did this, we've gained your confidence because we now are using all of that money to get those roads where they belong. We're not gonna get all of them done in 4 years. And I'm sure the citizens that vote for it know that. But they want to see what we can do with the money in 4 years. And that's all I think that Commissioner Kennard, myself, and Commissioner Bays are talking about. A 4-year time frame is not a lifetime, but it's enough time to see, yes, it's working, no, it's not. Thank you.
Well, I was going to talk, but I'll ask your permission now, Madam Chair.
Please go.
Commissioner Davis, when you're talking about a marketing firm, who were you thinking of that paying for? Because we can't ask taxpayers to pay for something to try to get them taxed more. And I know that we're not allowed to. I mean,
So to be clear, this is a market research survey. This is not marketing or advocacy at all. We are legally allowed to even pay for it, but I am not suggesting that we pay for it and use tax dollars.
understood.
In working with North Florida Land Trust, they would open the door for Trust for Public Land, who has gotten this, they have lost one sales tax initiative in a great many sales tax initiatives. And they do that because, not because of their advocacy, but because they tee up the correct questions with the correct, very technical. I mean, this is an entire career skill set. People spend decades doing just that, right? So it is way more technical than any of us, me included. And like I've said multiple times, I have actually taken market research, but I am not an expert at it by any stretch of the imagination. But I know enough to know I would be dangerous in doing it. So I hope that resonates with you.
Yes.
So the reason that they are so successful is because they get a statistically valid sample and they ask the right questions, much like the vision test, right? Back and forth, back and forth. So they are also in alliance with other grant funding opportunities that could potentially pay for it. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying that we're going through that door. I'm saying it is premature to close that off because I believe that would be the more surefire way to get this passed the first time. And then after that, people are gonna be blown away by what we do with the money, and then we can be less fancy on the market research going forward. But this first time, I think we need every single tool in our toolbox to get this done because it is smart money to do so.
Well, the way Commissioner Barrick is talking, that it's already going to be 4 years. So I'm thinking that if that's what we're doing, I'll probably be voting no when the vote comes up. I know this is an agenda item because we said in the beginning, this isn't going to come from the commissioners. We are going to, Mr. Taylor graciously volunteered. It's going to be the steering committee that comes up with this. We gave him people for a steering committee, and he took that upon himself with some other people. They have been doing this and working on this for months and months. Do I maybe like everything? No. Do I think it'll still pass? Probably not. But we said the commissioners would step out of this, let them take it over, and then decide when it comes up if we're going to put it on the ballot or not. So if we want to take the advice from the steering committee and stay out of it, I could probably be a yes. Let the people decide. Let them speak. Put it on the ballot. But if we're still making it up on the fly, which it sounds like we're doing, I'm likely going to be a no. I understand I would be outnumbered. That's okay. I just want to stick with what we said from the beginning.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis?
To your point, Commissioner Finnegan, that would be my second choice. My first choice is to validate and expand upon and drill down to the exact finite language through a professional market research. But my second choice, which would be miles ahead of us figuring it out, is to go with what the steering committee says. But I don't know which way I would vote. We'll just have to see how this plays out.
All right, we're at an impasse here, so,
It's 3:30.
I know, it is. So, I think what I'm hearing, I think there's a consensus here to do a pavement management for 4 years and turn it back over to Don Taylor and the steering committee and be out of it and let the chips fall where they may. If it gets voted in, it gets voted in. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And we'll
Madam Chair, with all due respect, but that's not what the steering committee said. So the board now has taken back the reins, not listening and now saying, okay, we're going to decide, now you do something with it. That's not what the steering committee
Well,
decided.
I think they said, the only thing they wanted was the 75-25 split and to do it for 10 years. That's really the only difference. I think we've come up with a reasonable compromise in that it's pavement management, so you're not, and that kind of takes care of the whole thing, the 75-25. The difference is they said 10 years. I think we do 4 years because you get the trust of the community back, because this is not, that resurfacing is not going to fix this in perpetuity. We still have all these other capacity issues. I want parks, you want parks, there's other things that we want along the way. We can get some resurfacing done over 4 years and then come back and maybe expand it out so that we can do more safety issues. We can do maybe some capacity if we need to put some turn lanes in. I think it's a compromise to get there. That's my biggest thing, and we're turning it back over to them. The only thing I'm disputing is from 4 years to 10 years. So I'm gonna ask for a consensus. Commissioner Kennard?
Yes.
Commissioner Berg?
Yes.
Commissioner Bays? Yes. Commissioner Finnegan?
I mean, it's not going to pass, so yes, if that's what you want to give the steering committee, that's
Commissioner
fine.
Davis?
No.
Madam Chair, so I'm drafting something for the next agenda, on somebody's agenda that says that?
Well, the last November meeting, because he'll be gone the next one, right?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, I won't be here the next meeting, so I'd ask that we put it on the agenda for the second meeting in November.
Okay.
I
Thank
said
you.
that, but it wasn't in my man voice.
I heard it in your man voice. I heard it.
All right, moving on, back to our 3:30. We have the Mr. Grant from the Citrus County Hospital Board of Trustees, and I believe he has Dr. Fallows with him, so who wants to take the lead?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for
evening.
having us. I want to introduce the chairman of the Citrus County Hospital Board, Dr. Mark Fallows. He's been an integral part of what the hospital district has done for well over a decade, and I recommend at the close of the meeting that we double his salary.
You do know what that
Free and
is.
free.
Yeah. Well, hi. I appreciate the chance to address you today and bring you up to speed with some of the things that we're trying to accomplish. So the Citrus County Hospital Board was established in 1957, and I feel like I've been on it since then. And its mission was to help improve healthcare in Citrus County by providing for a public hospital. Well, as everybody is well aware, over the years, the hospital started getting deeper and deeper in debt, and around 2012, we started addressing that. And by 2013, we had successfully leased the hospital to HCA. And so in the ensuing decade, we paid off all the debts on the built-up unfunded employee retirement plans, millions of dollars that the federal government said we owed that we disputed, and were successful in most of those things. At any rate, over the last decade, if we had continued where we were going with taxation for the hospital losing money, we easily saved $150 million for the taxpayers of this county. At any rate, we've finally completed the last litigation with the Agency for Healthcare Administration, where we negotiated down a several $million bill to about $650,000. And so we're now ready to do something that I'm sure you guys would love to be able to do, which is to sunset ourselves. So at any rate, we are going to make a request of the legislature that we be sunsetted no later than December 31st of 2026. And I think Mr. Grant would be happy to explain to you why we're giving that big a window. Certainly it can be done sooner, but we are dealing with the greater than 1,500-page document that would have to be drafted. So we have a resolution that will come before the hospital board tonight, where hopefully we'll be asking external counsel, Baker Donaldson, which was the firm that created that monstrous agreement, to begin discussions with HCA and the master agreement and the lease to revamp it so that we could turn over our responsibilities to primarily two entities. We would like to see the county commission take on the properties that are not within the city limits of Inverness, and to have the city of Inverness take on the properties that are within their borders. And that's, in speaking with HCA, that's the way they would like it, and they've been an excellent partner with the hospital board. And so I would like to see us continue that good relationship, and I think it's a win-win for the county, it's a win for the taxpayers, it's a win for the city of Inverness. Additionally, we'd like to partner with Inverness. They have a federal grant, infrastructure grant that they're working on that would involve a $10 million development within the city of Inverness, and it would involve HCA working with them and allowing them to use some of the property that would be going to the city of Inverness from the hospital board. We would like to continue our educational partnership with the College of Central Florida. I'm sure many of you are aware that we made a large donation that was matched with the LINE program, where now any students from Citrus County that would like to enter the nursing profession can do so tuition free. And actually, I'd like, we have Dr. Frines from the college, if you'd like to address, we'd like to extend this to a respiratory therapy program.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. My name is Jennifer Frines. I'm Vice President for Workforce Development and Innovation at College of Central Florida. I really just want to share some more information about how impactful it has been for our foundation to partner with the Citrus County Hospital Board, and how leveraging their resources has changed the landscape for the future of healthcare workforce here in Citrus County. By investing in College of Central Florida's Debbie Ressler Nursing Program, Citrus County Hospital Board has made an investment in the future of both economic prosperity for residents and for lifelong healthy living for the county. The investments made so far have been a catalyst in CF's long-term goals of making students successful and delivering ready-to-work healthcare professionals to the door of our local employers. With these funds, we've supported faculty hiring and retention. We've upgraded technology, including the purchase of high-fidelity mannequins, and we've made the astounding promise, as he mentioned, of free nursing education to all Citrus County residents in perpetuity. Some incredible residual effects of these efforts, and I'll be very brief, have been just a few. We've doubled the impact of the gift by a state match grant program. We were able to take the simulation mannequins that we replaced, and we gifted them to the middle and high schools here in Citrus County to support our future students. We've had a 17% increase in retention of our nursing students college-wide, and in addition to that, 82% of the Citrus Promise students have been retained in the first cohort. And then the Citrus program was named #1 nursing program in the state by registerednursing.org in 2023. Becoming a part of the CCHB legacy has been nothing short of transformative for the College of Central Florida. We hope to continue to be a part of that legacy. We've proven to be a trusted partner, leveraging our resources, our reputation, and our clinical and community partnerships to help our students achieve their dreams. As the Citrus County Hospital Board begins to sunset, the college hopes to continue that legacy and to scale up these efforts to support respiratory education for Citrus County in the same way we have done for nursing. CF shares a vision with Citrus County Hospital Board, and I know with you as community leaders, to make Citrus County a place of endless opportunity and healthy living. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess I would be remiss if I didn't point out that this is not something new for us. We have been trying to sunset for more than 6 years. And we have come before the city of Inverness before, and the county commission, and the school board, and nobody was too interested at the time. And I can understand why, when we still had so many potential litigation issues between ACA. I don't even know if we had our medical malpractice cases settled at that point, and we had work comp cases. Anyhow, with all that behind us, I think we have people more interested in partnering with us. We are interested in partnering with the Community Health Partnership Project and hoping HCA would help along with that and extending access to juvenile mental health services in Citrus County, hoping that HCA would be receptive to that push. We have funding commitments, of course, with any partners that we are relaying these assets to. We also have liabilities as far as enforcing the lease. We were given rather large numbers that were felt we needed to keep in reserve to enforce the lease, and we are asking that to be reassessed for each shareholder, so that we would be giving appropriate amounts of money to enforce the lease for taking on that liability for both the county commission and for the city of Inverness. We would have hopefully additional monies for additional charitable contributions, with proceeds, the remaining proceeds going to the Citrus County Charitable Foundation before we totally dissolve. And of course, we don't know what those amounts are, because we haven't gotten our numbers yet and we have negotiations to undergo with the county commission and with the city of Inverness. We have been in the black and have not collected any taxes since 2013. And we remain stable and able to meet all our financial commitments. Any remaining assets that were not earmarked or donated to certain locations would then fall to the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners. So part of why we would like to have it done by December 31st, 2026, if not sooner, is just the time schedule of trying to get things through the legislature. We cannot sunset ourselves. We can only ask the legislature to sunset us. We've done that in the past, and we're not well received. That is being received in a more positive fashion at this point, and so we hope that will move forward. So that's about it. Are there any questions I can answer?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
I have a statement more than a question. Hi, Dr. Fallows.
Hi there.
It's very good to see you.
See you tomorrow.
And yeah, see you tomorrow. We sit on the 4CF board together. So first of all, I want you to pass along to the hospital board my sincere thanks for the hard work that you guys have done in getting your to-do list done. I know it must have been very difficult and an unpaid position. So to Mr. Grant's perspective, you're going to get a double raise. But I also understand, I believe from the latest from Representative J.J. Grow, is that he thinks he can get it through this year. At first, he thought it would have to be next year, but I believe he can get it through this year, which would be great. My understanding from Mr. Tringali, who used to be on 4CF board, is that the burn rate is like $1,000 plus a day for you guys to be around. So it would be super nice to keep as much money as we can to give back to health. I am a huge, huge fan of the programs that you've done at CF. I think those are spectacular, and anything you can do to help both 4CF and their health-based mission and CF is great. So kudos.
Thank you. One thing, so nobody hates wasted money more than me. So I didn't want to have D&O insurance just because, to me, it's a waste of money, but obviously you have to have it. Realize, I don't care if they pass legislation tomorrow, it can't be done because of them having to do that 1,600 page monster. So that's going to be That won't be the rate limiting step, I will almost assure you. It will still be the legislature. But those are the two drags, if you want to put it on the system, as far as what's going to delay us. It's going to be renegotiating the lease and master agreement and legislation, and it's going to be a race as to who can be slower.
Welcome to the rabbit hole of government and lawyers.
That's okay. At least I see a finish line for me. But anybody else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fallis.
Just want to tell you thank you for your time. It's a work in progress. I can't tell you, I appreciate not getting thrown out on our ear. I know that several of you have spoken with JJ. We spoke again this morning. When Dr. Fallows talks about, and I don't take exception to the lawyer comment because I share it, that the lease takes, and you can talk to your own county lawyer, how some of these agreements, this is literally a 1,500-page document. There's two documents. There's a master agreement and a lease. We have to get all those in order. There are requirements to maintain that lease and making sure that that's carefully articulated, that those obligations remain to the successor, which in large measure will be the county. So know that tonight, I intend to ask the hospital district to get Baker Donaldson back on board and the lawyers who negotiated it the first time to be able to move that process as quickly as possible. Everybody will be looped in. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to call. We can meet privately in a small room, all of us together if you'd like. We don't have to notice it. But of course, we know that's a joke, by the way. But any information you want, we'll do that. But we're going to be starting to roll down contracts, which will include things like the website, some of the services, some of the things we're going to be starting to wind down, pay off, and be done. But if you have any questions, be free to ask. We'll answer them, no problem. I do want to tell you one beautiful thing. You'll all be getting an invitation. The HCA, the hospital board, will be placing a memorial plaque. I say memorial nicely, but it will be placed in the lobby of HCA, and there will be a ceremony for the men and women that have volunteered for the hospital districts as trustees. Just so you know, the kind of work that those men and women have done is phenomenal. They have been amazing stewards of the public trust and the public money. And so I'll make sure that that gets out to everybody. It'll be at HCA in the lobby, and it'll be announced, and it'll be way in time, and I hope to see you there. And I do want you to know that we'll be inviting all the former trustees that are with us today and celebrating a couple of those who have slipped us early bonds to be in heaven. They'll be, again, thanked for their efforts. So having said all that, please, it's Dr. Rao, Mr. Litton, and others that aren't with us anymore, but they had an amazing contribution to the hospital district. So I appreciate your time. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for getting us on here. If you can discuss who the point person will be to loop in on the discussions, I would appreciate that. I know that we've discussed it with you, and I know with Mr. Howard, but if you can designate somebody that we can make sure is on the email train and things like that, we'll make sure we get that done.
Since I've been on since we've started this, I'd be happy to continue if that's the wishes of the board. And just for a matter of record, I also just want to point out that back in July, this board was presented with a financial audit report, and the findings, we accepted that audit. And if you have any questions, you can go back in your packets of for that date and see it. So there is backup for the financials.
Yeah, and I think they left my trip to the Hard Rock off that, but we'll amend that. But I just want to let you guys know it's been a labor of love working with the hospital district, and we intend to bring this into a landing. I really appreciate your willingness, and we've been working with JJ and everybody else to make it happen.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
All right. I think, I mean, there's.
Yes, we did.
That was just we did, yeah. So we are going to recess until 5:01. off with T1, PUD-2025-00004. Shahzad. I'm just going to leave the rest. Kimberly Harm for Walmart Stores East LP.
Commissioners, first we'll start off with, have you had any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Davis.
No.
No?
No.
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 Thank you. And at the conclusion of this hearing, Commissioners, you're going to be asked to adopt an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, a political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas Map and the Master Plan PUD adopted in Ordinance 99-A11 to allow for a 149-foot telecommunications tower on Walmart Parcel 1, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date.
All right. And we do have the applicant here, if they can come forward. And we have your PowerPoint up. If you want to show it, it's up to you.
Thank you. And so I just press it?
No, there's no time.
I don't know if that'll work, but you can try. Go ahead. Yep, that works.
Perfect.
You're up here, right there, and they're right in front of you.
Right in front,
Yeah.
yes, perfect. Thank you very much, Commissioners. My name is Shahzad Mahmood, and I work with Kimley Horn. Kimley Horn is an engineering firm that was hired on behalf of SBA Communications. SBA Communications is a cell tower owner and developer here in the United States, as well as internationally. SBA works very closely with the different telecom providers like Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, developing cell towers throughout the United States in areas of need. That being said, with me today for this tower is Amit Raut with Verizon Wireless. Verizon Wireless will be what we call the anchor tenant for this tower. So Verizon has found, and will show through this presentation, a need for a tower within this area. Here you can see a map with the project location found at the Walmart. The Walmart is located at 2461 East Gulf to Lake Highway. The zoning is General Commercial District. We are proposing a 145-foot monopole with a 4-foot lightning rod at the top. As you can see here, the tower itself is designed for multiple carriers. The reason it's designed for multiple carriers is so that additional towers will not be needed within a close vicinity, so that multiple carriers can all co-locate on the existing tower. Similar to a shopping center, you don't just build a shopping center for one anchor, you try to build it out so that it has the capacity for others to all come in at a later date. And as I said previously, Verizon is currently the anchor tenant for this tower. And we do believe that there will be additional carriers that will come onto the tower in the future because there is a need. Here you can see the surrounding zoning for the area. And here is a site map. The tower itself meets all required setbacks. We tried to work very closely with staff on finding a location that best situates, for the town and for Verizon as well, and for Walmart. As you can see, it's located near an existing retention pond. It's located on the east side of Walmart, and I'll show you some more close-up pictures of that as well. Here we provided a photo simulation of different locations of that tower. Here is position 1, the existing and the future. Existing 2 location with the tower as well. Existing 3 with the position of the tower. And then finally position 4. The proposal is consistent with the general standards for commercial wireless telecommunication towers. The proposed use shall be consistent with the comprehensive plan. We've strategically located on a retail property with existing infrastructure, ensuring efficient land use and development coordination. According to policy 1.1.2 adherence, It's sited in a commercially zoned area, meeting the city's policy for communication facilities and adjacent for a major retail establishment, Walmart, reinforcing its appropriateness and utility. As far as community benefits, this will provide a robust communication network that can lead to increased commerce, better employment opportunities, and an overall boost in community engagement. The establishment, maintenance, or operation of the proposed use shall not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare. The wireless communication facility will significantly improve connectivity and emergency response capabilities within Inverness within this area by enhancing public access to wireless service and integrating with FirstNet for prioritized emergency communications. Additionally, it supports smart infrastructure, innovations, and complies with all FCC federally regulated safety standards. The proposed use shall be consistent with the community character of the immediate neighborhood for the proposed use. As I stated, the proposed is well suited for its location on a commercially zoned property housing a Walmart. And the team, like I said previously, worked closely with city staff to design the tower such that it will not disrupt existing land use patterns. Its installation will enhance wireless connectivity for nearby businesses and residences. When it comes to utility roadway capacity, drainage, and necessary public facilities, including police, fire, and emergency services, shall exist at the city's adopted levels of service or will be available concurrent with demand as provided for in the requirements of these LDRs. Our wireless facility will enhance connectivity for residences and businesses and emergency services while minimizing impact on existing infrastructure, utilities, and traffic. It supports growing communication demands and integrates seamlessly with the current systems, ensuring reliable service and public safety without placing undue burdens on the community. The establishment of the conditional use shall not impede the development of surrounding properties for use permitted in the zoning district. There's no aspect of this development or of this use that would impede the development of any of the surrounding properties, no matter what the use would be or how it functioned. The design of the proposed use shall minimize adverse effects, including visual impacts of the proposed use on adjacent properties through the use of building orientation, setbacks, buffers, landscaping, and other design criteria. The proposed tower minimizes the land disturbance by utilizing only a portion of the property that is currently unused. And it does not distract visitors like other commercial or residential operations. Designed as a 145-foot monopole tower with full compliance to setbacks, the facility enhances signal coverage for nearby communities and EMS providers without negatively impacting the surrounding commercial area. So finally, the proposal is consistent with the development standards for telecommunication towers and antennas. We are compliant with all local, state, and federal requirements. Co-location, the tower is co-locatable for multiple carriers. There is no lighting that will be required for this tower per FAA requirements. The setbacks are all met from adjacent properties, and then the height of the tower is actually 5 feet less than the 150-foot allowable tower height within the code. Finally, I wanted to show you all the one area that we did have discussions about with staff and with the zoning board was associated with the landscape buffer. The landscape buffer for a cell tower that is not putting up a wall, we are actually proposing a fenced compound, is a 10-foot buffer that needs to be around the entire property. I know it's hard to see here, but our compound is only a 25 by 70-foot compound, and just to the east of it is an existing 20-foot wide sewer easement. And unfortunately, we cannot take up any space within that sewer easement. And as a result, what we did was put up, so as a result of not being able to meet that requirement, we've put up vinyl slats, which will help to camouflage all the ground equipment that the carriers will be placing on the ground. So here's just some slides that Verizon has provided us with, which shows the need for the tower and what it will do for the area through maps. So the two areas of concern for Verizon are known as coverage and capacity. Coverage represents the need to expand wireless services into an area that has no service or has very bad service. Capacity is the need for more wireless resources. See, cell sites have a limited amount of resources to handle calls, data connections, and data volume. So if there's too many people using that tower, then its capacity shrinks and another tower or additional equipment is required. These next two slides, here, let me read through this. The existing neighbor cells to the Citrus Hill South and John Croft are forecasted to reach capacity in the near future. So let me just show you guys the map, and that'll better explain what's going on. So the triangles that you see here are 3 existing sites that are currently covering the area near Walmart. Green represents good coverage, and red represents very bad coverage or poor coverage. Once we get this tower up and Verizon is on and running, then you can see the difference between the two. And let me just go back and forth. It's a huge difference. As you can see, it really does help with coverage around State Road 44. It helps coverage around the Walmart itself and this entire area. So why approve? Again, so we are consistent with the commercial wireless telecommunications towers and antennas development standards and co-location requirements within the Land Development Code. The proposed tower is sited on a commercial site. Again, no lighting is being proposed here. We've limited the visual impact on the surrounding area. We are trying to increase telecommunication coverage, capacity, and reliability in the surrounding communities and roadway network. And we've provided opportunities for co-location for public and private providers. With that, thank you so much for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
I'm going to go down a rabbit hole that I probably have no business going with you, but I'm going to ask. So, because I was recently approached personally about a cell tower, and they wanted a 99-year lease, and when I started to question them about what if technology changes, what if it doesn't, you don't need this after 25 or 50 years, you have nothing in there for maintenance, that you're going to remove it, and if, I don't know, I'm asking, I guess, if it's a 99-year lease, what happens if technology has far moved on, and who's going to maintain it, and what's it going to look like?
Right. So normally, so if that's the case, let me just, the 99-year lease that they brought up to you is known as a perpetual easement. A lot of companies like SBA and similar, like to go into lease agreements like that so that there aren't continued renewals, because other companies can come in and buy them out, and all the investments that they've made, again, can go down the drain. But to help answer your question, so a lot of jurisdictions, what they'll do is they require a removal bond. If by chance that tower is, Verizon, everything goes to a different type of technology and they're no longer in use, then majority of jurisdictions have a removal bond requirement, which states, hey, if this tower has no one using it for 6 months, then we provide them with a bond, and that bond requires that tower to be removed. Also, within your lease, you can negotiate adding that into that. If this tower is no longer in use, then it can be taken down. So we've definitely done that in the past.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so this is an application to amend a 1999 PUD for Inverness Walmart, and that one stood the test of time. We've only had one amendment so far, and this is the second one. This is the Inverness Walmart parcel site. There are, of course, out parcels there as well. Before I get too far, Commissioner Bays, yes, our code does require that removal bond. And I'm sorry, off the top of my head, it's either 115% or 125% of an engineer's cost estimate to remove it. That's part of their permit requirement. We won't even issue a permit without that. So we have that in place. If it fails or if it's abandoned, then the county has the money to remove it. All right, this is the site. You kind of heard him say this is off the garden center, which is over here. This is a large existing retention center, and they're planning on putting it in the green area. The yellow area here is very important because that is an existing utility easement with county utilities, so that really narrows where they can put this here. So this is a location, and you wouldn't know, but there are utility lines running in about the east half of this. So that's the one thing they could not meet. They met separation from other towers. They met separation from off-site uses. They certainly demonstrated with their coverage map that this is required here, but they cannot meet the 20-foot type D buffer that's required by code. However, what they'll be buffering against is the garden center, which you can see there on the left is kind of spilled over into the parking lot. The DRA, to the north, it's more Walmart, and to the south is another DRA. So this is the DRA they would be buffering from. I don't really know that that's necessary at this point. But they did offer the 6-foot fence with the slatting to PDC, which they found they recommended approval on. And this is looking to the south. These trees will remain. One of our sharp-eyed PDC members noticed that one of the footnotes in one of the plans said that a tree will be removed. That has been changed. The tree will not be removed, and that's actually in the conditions. There really aren't many trees to remove. But what they'd be buffering just behind this tree is another DRA. So the requirement for a 20-foot type D buffer does not really seem to be warranted here around that coverage equipment. So this is the garden center looking into it, not really, again, a buffer. They have provided fall zone information, so we know that the tower will not fall into the DRA. It will not fall onto the garden center itself. It is designed to be compact into their compound. And I think that's my last picture. So the PDC did hear this on September 18th. There are 3 new conditions from the 1999 PUD. One of them does require the 6-foot high fence with green slats. And then we added the minor modification standards that were not in the 1999 conditions. Those are just standard for any PUD. And that's it.
Board?
I have a question.
Commissioner Davis.
How on earth does that not the fall zone not include the DRA in the parking lot?
They are designed to collapse, and that's what their engineered statement says. They collapse within the compound area. They don't fall over anymore.
Oh, that opens up a lot of other possibilities. Except it's an existing tower I'm thinking of. And to follow up on Chair Bays's excellent rabbit hole, I thought that was an interesting question. You said 120, 115, 125%?
It's either 115 or 125. Off the top of my head, I can't remember which one in our code. I think 115 sounds right.
Does that have an inflation index on that?
That's what the 115% is supposed to be for, is an engineer's cost estimate, which our county engineer must agree. But yeah, I mean,
50 years from now, I don't think 15% is going to cut it.
You're
just
correct.
saying.
You're correct. We try to cover ourselves, but we don't have I don't think there's an inflation in there.
All right. Thank you.
That's it.
All right. We'll open it up to the public. Anyone in the public wishing to address this agenda item? Hi.
Hi. I'm going to surprise you with this one. I just spoke to the applicants, and I'm pleased to tell you that retention pond, even though it looks like a nasty mess at the moment, is a great place to find rare birds. And Audubon birders use it every winter to look for really rare ducks. And they have clarified that we will still have access to look at that little lake from the parking lot, so I'm very happy. And I'm beyond thrilled. I usually don't like these kind of towers. But let me tell you what, that area is a dead zone. My neighbors go out on their golf courts and sit at the end of their driveway or do loops in order to get one bar. And the one thing that this county needs to be successful is internet and cell phone service. So I am beyond thrilled, and please, please approve this. Thank you.
I think
Did you say your name for the name for the record,
Yeah, I
please?
did. PJ Offhammer, Citrus County.
Thank you. Anyone else? We're going to close. If you want to speak, you have to come to the podium.
I know I got here a little bit late, and I'm sorry. Can you show us on this map where about the tower will be?
Can you speak? State your
I'm
name and your
sorry.
address, please.
My last name is Becker. I'm at Dawson Drive, East Dawson Drive.
Thank you. And we'll need you to fill out that green card when you're done.
Okay. Can you show us where about the tower will be?
You see that little yellow square there in the middle of the big yellow area there in front of you?
Okay.
That's where the tower's proposed.
And what's it gonna look like? Is it gonna look like a tree? Is it gonna look like just metal overpowering the area?
I think it's just going to look like a cell tower. It didn't indicate on there that it was going to have a disguise.
Thank you so much. I'll fill this out.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? We'll close open to the public. Board.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Finnegan.
motion to approve PUD 2025-00004, Shazad Mahmood. Thank you, Kimberly
Mahmood?
Horn for Walmart Stores East LP, A and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Barrick. All in favor signify by
Chair?
saying, yep, yes.
Sorry. Is that to approve and direct the chair and clerk to execute the ordinance?
I said A and B.
Okay.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Next up, you want to read it?
Yes, first, Commissioners, we need to determine whether you've had any ex parte communications on this application, and we'll start with Commissioner Kennard.
No.
No.
No?
No.
No.
Thank you. At the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider two ordinances. The first ordinance is the Atlas Amendment, and it's an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, a political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas Map and establishing a new plan unit development by redesignating approximately 34.6 acres from the low-density residential district and the low-density residential district with mobile homes allowed to heavy industrial district with a plan unit development for open storage for auto salvage, providing for applicability, providing for scriveners, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And the comprehensive plan amendment, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 34.6 acres from the low-density residential district to the industrial district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And I believe the applicant, Dr. Wilburn, is here.
Good evening, Commissioners. Michael Wilburn, P.O. Box 938, Floral City, Florida. Local Engineering, Inc. Before you tonight is CPA AAPUD 24-00018, a request from LKQ to allow for an expansion of their current parts harvesting operation. In 2021, CPA AAPUD 2021-00011 appeared before you with a similar request and was supported by the Commission. As you'll find in the staff report, this expansion encompasses approximately 34.5 acres, which will be added to their existing approximate 70.4 acres. The PDC voted earlier this year to deny this project. It is worth noting, however, that at that time, the application, we were requesting a reduction in buffers, and this particular application before you has been completely revised and substantially changed to provide the buffers required by the LDC and above and beyond that. Before we get into the technical side of the presentation, I'd like to provide you with an overall outline of what our presentation will look like. In just a few moments, Mike Bream is going to come and walk us through some of the history of LKQ, who they are now, what they do, and how they do it. Following his presentation, I'll come back and give you an overview of the engineering specifics of this proposal. After that time, Paul Gibbs is going to come up and give an extensive overview of the landscaping and buffering that we're proposing. And then we'll then hear from expert testimony from Avis Craig regarding compatibility of the proposed project. And additionally, there are two distinguished attorneys with us tonight should they feel the fancy overtake them and desire to speak. So with that said, I'd like to introduce Mike Bream to give us some history and a little bit of information about what LKQ is.
Hi, I'm Mike Brem, live in Homosassa. Not a public speaker. I'm going to tell you right now. I run a salvage operation. We're salvage and recycling plant. What that means, every vehicle that any of us drive, there's going to come to an end of life. Whether we have an accident, it breaks down, whatever. We recycle most of them in the United States. And when I say recycle, that means we take every part off of that vehicle that we can, the catalytic converter, we drain every fluid, capture every gas. Every tire is either resold through one of our vendors to one of us here driving, or they're recycled for playgrounds or more tires. I'm going to read off of my script here because I wrote it so I don't forget anything. My wife and I live in Sugar Mill Woods. We're very active in the community. I'm sure we see each other around town. We take full advantage of every activity in this area, and we do not want to change that. It is beautiful here. Currently serve on the board of directors of Historic Monkey Island. I've got talked into doing that, and I'm loving it. I love this neighborhood and love this area. I'm going to tell a few things about LKQ as a corporation and then as a neighbor and a member of the community. As a company, we have about 45,000 employees worldwide. Crystal River is one of the largest and most efficient plants that we have. We dismantle more vehicles than any other plant in the United States, and we're the most efficient at it. That's why we do that many. But we're not allowed, or we don't have the property to keep them as long as we could to be more profitable. We're one of the largest recyclers in the world. We provide new and used auto parts to insurance companies, car dealerships, body shops, and individual consumers. One of the guys out in the lobby today said, hey, I just stopped over and got an alternator at your place today. So there's nothing that we don't recycle on a vehicle. When we've sold every part of it off of it that we can, we take it to our crusher, we haul it off, and it's hauled off site to one of the metal recyclers to be made into another car or building materials such as rebar. We have an internal environmental team that ensures we thoroughly adhere to all policies and laws. Our internal policies are probably more strict than the federal laws that we have to adhere to. We have regular inspections internally and externally to make sure we live up to the standards set forth by our company and the government. You can find all that stuff by Googling us. Anybody can find that. This is the local things we do. The Dameron family began the auto parts business in 1981, sold it to LKQ in 1998. We've remained a fixture in the community since then, and we continue to expand. When Lenny Dameron started it, it was in a field, a small field, and he was selling a few parts off of any cars that he could get. Now we're, again, the largest in the LKQ business, or the LKQ Corporation, the largest dismantling facility. We employ over 135 employees in Crystal River alone. These are career jobs. The expansion will generate multiple permanent jobs at our facility. In addition to in the construction phase takes about a year. That's what it took for phase one. And there was probably 15 to 20 high-paying construction jobs that were involved in that. So there's good revenue for the county and good jobs for our county citizens. The average tenure of our employees is over 8 years. That's pretty good when everyone seems to want to jump from job to job. Now, when Lenny Dameron started in 1982, he had 2 or 3 guys that started with him, started developing it. One of those guys still works with me every day. He's been there 43 or 44 years. We've got many people that are there, second generation. our ops manager right now, her mom used to work there. She's retired from there. Her sister lives up in Tennessee working for LKQ. She's still working here, doing a great job. Many of the upper management jobs in LKQ in the higher levels come from Crystal River. So there's great opportunities for anybody that comes to work here. Senior vice president of our company was a resident here for a long, long time. He moved away, and one of the guys, or our person that took his position, he started working here at LKQ when he was in high school. There's times you'll see the three of us out fishing in Crystal River or whatever, because we still love the area. We work with the local police and fire departments to provide a training area for them. Fire departments come in, we roll cars over for them, they practice saving people, and we create scenarios for them or do whatever they need. The police department comes in, they bring their drug training dogs, and they train them learning how to figure out what vehicles have drugs in them or whatever. We sponsor many local charities. I'm just going to name a few, but United Way, the Boys and Girls Club, Historic Monthly Island, Citrus County Blessings, the Academy of Environmental Science. We also were a major sponsor with the new Christmas tree that was built in Inverness, which is awesome. We wanted to be there. We love that. So just want to reaffirm a couple things. We're not planning to process any more vehicles than we currently process. We're looking to store the cars longer so we can reap more sales off of them. So if you look at the cars that we're going to put there, they're kind of a warehouse. It's just expanding the warehouse that we have. We keep parts in the cars, we keep them out there, and then we recycle them and start the process over. But we don't intend to process any more vehicles or dismantle any more vehicles than we do right now. We rarely, if ever, work the weekends. We have some of our employees here, they don't want to work on the weekends. They work enough during the week. There's no lights in the yard that we have now, the new yard, and there won't be any lights in this, so no one's going to be working at night there. Incoming and outgoing vehicle traffic should remain truck traffic should remain virtually unchanged. Yes, we'll have some more employees coming in and out, but truck traffic should not change. We're going to recycle the same amount of vehicles. We may sell a few more parts, but it'll be a minimal amount of change, if any. We're just asking that that we can proceed with this proposal and try to continue to grow in Citrus County. Is there anything I can answer or? Gotcha, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Before we get into the majority of our presentation, which is landscape and buffer, I just want to provide you with some assurances regarding the civil engineering of the site. A little bit of background briefly. Was licensed in the state of Florida in 2013. I've held a state contractor's license for 20 years now this year, and I've been working in the engineering field for about 25 years. I've worked on projects, thousands of projects from the Keys all the way to the Panhandle. This project is considered a closed basin, which is held to the more stringent standard according to Southwest Florida Water Management District. We have to retain the 100-year storm event, which in our county, our land development code requires that be a treatment of 11.5 inches of rainwater per hour. This site does not discharge. So normally, according to the Water Management District, you're allowed to discharge what naturally would leave your site historically in a storm event. And this particular design in that 100-year storm event, we're not discharging to anybody else. We're 100% retaining everything on site. The water table, this came up with the PDC. The water table, according to the geotechnical engineering report, is 14 to 20 feet below the ground level. So there's plenty of percolation. The aquifer is significantly lower than that. That's seasonal high water. This plan unit development is, you've heard it said before, phase 1 was just completed. It is considered phase 2 in terms of engineering. And so phase 1, some of the ponds associated with phase 1 will be utilized with phase 2. They were designed that way in anticipation of possibly expanding. And then the majority of the stormwater retention for this particular phase is going to be held in a historically low area, which you'll see shortly in the center of this property. So no new ponds, just redefining a historic basin and then using the existing ones that are currently permitted with phase one. All right, so I'd now like to turn it over to Mr. Paul Gibbs, who's going to come up and share his PowerPoint regarding the landscape and buffers with a lot of exhibits for you guys. Paul?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Paul Gibbs, landscape architect with Community Land Design in Ocala, Florida. And although I'm now from Ocala, I was a resident of Citrus County for about 50 years. I think I had told you all that before. And when I first moved to Citrus County, 486 was not even there. So it was quite interesting, the changes we've seen over the years. Professional credentials, I've been a landscape architect for about 40 years, and licensed in the state of Florida since 1987. And I've done work all across the state, but mostly focused in Citrus and Marion counties. So that's about me. I have visited the site. I got a good tour from LKQ. Because like y'all, I had a lot of questions like how things worked and, you know, what am I seeing from different vantage points and things like that. And I've also drove the new Suncoast Parkway right after it opened, took a video and just trying to get a gauge of what's visible. We were using drones before that. And then as well as 486, you know, observing the project from both the interior and the exterior of the site. Do I just push this arrow button? Okay. I have a lot of maps in here, but I'm only going to show you all the key ones that I want to talk about. Let's see here. All right, this is a property appraiser pictometry map, and this was actually taken summer 2025, so it's fairly recent, but you're seeing the phase one area on the top of the picture here. And phase two is what's outlined in blue is what we're proposing to you today. And you can see phase one has rapidly filled up with the vehicle storage use. You know, so that's essentially all they're doing. I will point out, because we will be talking about this in a few minutes, we have two existing homes adjacent to our east and our southeast boundary. And we have 3 or 4 existing residential parcels that we're adjacent to. One of those just touches right at the common corner. So I'm going to move ahead. All right, here I wanted to show you, this again is phase one, and this is what the vehicle storage area looks like. It doesn't look a whole lot different than a parking lot at a local shopping center. It's a very organized operation, you know, and they're all parked on a stabilized surface and arranged, you know, for efficiency. So when we're talking about buffering, this is what we're buffering. That's it. There's no buildings, no site lighting, things like that. So even though our use is industrial, what we're actually buffering is what you're seeing in this picture. Okay, let's see. Let's skip a bunch. All right. And as Mr. Wilburn mentioned, at the PDC, what we proposed, we did not meet the setback and all the buffer requirements. And so we quickly changed the way we were doing things. And so the plan has been modified. So that was the old plan. But this is what I wanted to get to here. First, I'm going to start with something that's not on the screen. When you have different conditions, different adjacencies, the comp plan is kind of where the rules on that start. And so I'm going to read you this section. It's from the land use element. It's policy 17.3.16, and it states that special buffering and/or spatial separations shall be incorporated into the county LDC to buffer between residential and industrial operations having noise, dust, glare, odor, traffic, or other problems incompatible with residential uses. So, and there were some other uses in there beside industrial. But what that has created, so when you flip over to the LDC side, that's what Chapter 3 is all about. If you have like a cell tower we just talked about, if you have a construction, demolition, debris, assisted living even, service stations, they all have additional, more specific standards to those uses. So if you're wanting to do, like in this case, industrial adjacent to residential, it's allowable by Chapter 3 as long as you meet certain conditions. And obviously there's more to it than that. But the first part of that, Chapter 3, it's section 3350, states that no outside storage shall take place within 75 feet of a property line. Okay, and then it goes on to further say, if you have a residential use adjacent to your proposed auto salvage, that setback has to be 200 feet. And that was one of the setback requirements we didn't meet at the PDC, but within the new plan that local engineering has prepared, we fully meet that 200-foot setback from the residential boundaries. And then the other portion of the requirement for auto salvage is if you have residential adjacent to an auto salvage property, you have to provide a fence or wall not less than 8 feet in height. And then it goes on to further state supplemented by a landscape strip of 12 feet. Frankly, 12 feet's pretty insufficient, but that's what that section says. We're actually proposing, as you'll see in a few more slides, a type D buffer for all our outer boundaries. Which is your most intense buffer in your land development code. So I'm going to skip a few more. Okay. Does this go backwards, Joe? Okay. Well, what I was going to show you is the, I think I got it figured out here. That one, that's the one I want to see. So I mentioned all of our outer buffers will be a type D, and some of them will have a berm, some of them will have no berm, some will have different setbacks. But what does a type D buffer mean? A type D buffer requires in a typical 100 linear foot section across the property line, you have to plant 18 trees, and 12 of those trees have to be conifers, which are evergreens, like a cedar tree / pine, things that'll give you a nice evergreen buffer. So 12 of the 18 trees have to be that. So if you planted 18 trees in a straight row in 100 feet, those trees would be less than 6 feet apart. Now, because we have sufficient width of buffering, typically I do a D buffer with either a double or triple row of trees. So the trees are spaced so they can mature and fill out and really provide better buffering. But in addition to the tree density, we're required to have a continuous hedge, and that hedge has to reach a height of 4 feet after 1 year of planting. So it's a pretty significant understory screening as well. All right. So this is the what we're calling the alternate plan, but I'm going to go into it's hard to see anything on that, so I'm going to go to the cross sections to show specifically what we are proposing. So on the east portion, the eastern half of our Phase 2 expansion, That's where we're adjacent to the 3 or 4 residential parcels. And so what we're proposing, what we're required to do, number one, we have to have a 200-foot setback between that residential property line and the first stored vehicle. So you can see that in this cross-section. You'll also see an existing house on the right side of the slide. And the 2 homes that exist, one is about 190 feet from the property line, the other one's about 150. And then once you get into inside the LKQ property, we're going to have a 40-foot wide swale, and that's for the stormwater management plan that Mr. Wilburn was talking about. So all our west, south, and east boundaries will have this 40-foot swale within that separation. And so going further into the LKQ property beyond the swale, that's where we're going to propose an 8-foot high berm, and it'll be landscaped with a type D landscaping. That berm, just for a sense of scale, it's 60 feet to 80 feet wide at the base. So it's a pretty substantial berm in terms of the width and the 8 foot in the height. Our feeling is the 8-foot berm will give us a more natural edge to the residential properties as opposed to sticking a wall out there. It'll gain at least the equivalent height of berm. Now, there are some sections in Chapter 3 that they use interchangeably. You could do a berm or a fence or a wall, or you could do a berm instead of landscaping even. So there are different combinations that the code has already established. And in this case, we're proposing to use the berm, an 8-foot berm instead of an 8-foot fence. So.
Commissioner Finnegan? Excuse
Oh,
me.
yeah, sure.
Could you go back to that picture you just had?
I could try. There you go.
Okay. You had said you're proposing an 8-foot berm instead of an 8-foot fence, but it shows on your graphic there that you are proposing an 8-foot high security fence along the boundary. Is that?
Right. And that's more probably a chain link fence. It's see-through. That's more for security and insurance purposes. It's not a non-see-through fence. It's not a opaque screening fence. It's just it's more of a security fence.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then between the berm and then where the car's parked, just nothing?
It's open space.
Open space. And isn't the property heavily treed currently? Or is it cleared?
Yes.
It's heavily treed?
Yes.
Because you're saying this, but I'm assuming you're not going to clear out the area if it's already treed, right? So it could be a lot more trees than what you're showing between the fence and the car?
I asked the same question to the engineer early on, of course.
Yeah.
The parking areas, they have to be, I believe, less than 2%, so flat-ish, and just enough to get drainage to move out. The site is fairly steep, so we basically are having to grade into the hill a significant amount, and that's another use that we're going to use to create the berms is from those excavations and cutting into the hill. And I will say the eastern end, where we're closer to the residential, that is a much less dense area. It looks like it used to be a pasture that had kind of grown up. There's some live oaks there and things, but there's a lot of green open spaces between the trees. But then the further west you go, then the density of the existing trees, it's fairly dense. So, did that answer that?
Yes, I guess I was just picturing like a vinyl fence, and then the swale and then the trees, because I'm assuming it'll take a while for the trees to grow to really provide that buffering.
Right. And initially, the berm and these shrubs will provide. You'll have the 8-foot berm, and then the 4-foot shrubs will provide that level. Of course,
So
that's
it'd be like
above the eye
12
level.
feet,
So
you're
you'll
saying.
have 12 feet right off.
Okay.
And like I pointed out earlier in one of the earlier slides, we're only buffering vehicles. We're not buffering buildings.
Right.
So that's an advantage, at least, from that standpoint.
Well explained, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
To follow on to Commissioner Finnegan's question, so the security fence is actually on the residential side, it's on the property line?
It's within, it's on the property line or inside the LKQ boundary. So it's adjacent to the property line at
Why would
least.
you not, as a better way to enhance things for the neighbors, why would you not put that on the other side of the buffer so they're just looking at trees and a berm instead of a chain link fence?
We could discuss that with Mike, but our reasoning internally, because we asked that amongst our team, is where to place that, and it had to do with more for insurance purposes. We did not want to leave part of our property unsecured. If the fence was on the other side of the berm, it'd be easy for someone to go over the berm and, either cut through the fence if they wanted to do so. This way, we're securing the entire property and not just a portion of.
I think cutting through the fence is just as easy, if not easier, on the side you have it, so I'm not sure I buy that.
It's more,
line
the
of
fence
thought.
is more visible. Those kind of activities would be.
Which is also a downside.
A downslope.
No, I said that's also a downside. I mean, if you're a landscape architect, you love beautiful things. Chain link is not beautiful.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I think we can, as a team, we can discuss that if we want to do that further, as a condition perhaps, but, I think we're open to discussion on that.
thank you.
Irrigation?
Not sure.
Things don't live without irrigation.
No, they don't. And I have projects like this that have used temporary irrigation. This project, though, the scale of it's very large. So it really should have irrigation to get the plants to thrive in those first few years. It could be done temporarily, whereas the plants are matured, then that could be cut off. But we know in.
But I guess the point is that it's not just the survival rate at the initial stages. We want that to live and be mature. And there's plenty, I mean, you know this, you're in the landscape business. You could put an irrigation well in and have drip lines to it so that it stays pretty all the time and.
Right. Yeah, we would like it to thrive and do its job.
I mean, there's been a lot of materials that's been put in because it's a requirement and then they let it die.
That's
So they don't have to take care of it. And that's a concern of mine that I'm hoping that we're supposedly got somebody that's going to be working on that. If you put it in, the point is for it to live and be there, not to fulfill the obligation and then let it die.
That's right. I've had projects in the past where the clients did just that, and I guess the county had enough staff at that time. They had basically code compliance. So they had to come and replant and maintain. But I see the same. Things aren't always taken care of. So.
Commissioner Barrick?
Okay, I'm looking at it. You've got the fencing, okay? Why not use the black vinyl fencing that when you look at it, you actually see through it? It's not offensive, okay? Because I understand, that's your property, okay? And then you got your berm. Now, I don't know about anybody else, but the trees around here have grown on their own. So when you're talking about, putting in water and whatever, I don't know. But what I'd like to see is if a tree dies, it gets replaced. And every time one dies, it gets replaced, rather than worrying about water because of the fact that they grow on their own. That's why there's all those trees that are there now, correct? You don't have a water supply for those trees right now, do you?
That's correct. No.
Okay,
no.
you supply it by the rain. But when I look at fences, okay, and around the area, the black vinyl chain link, if you look at that, most people don't even see it because your eye doesn't pick up that black and you see right through it. So if you want to make something unoffensive to the resident, but yet your security, you go with something that visually you're actually not going to see.
Right, right. And I know what you're talking about. It is visually night and day. So, I mean, that could certainly be a condition.
Good,
but-
okay, but you could live with a condition like that, you know. In other words, we say, you know, we've talked about vinyl fences at other places and chain link fence, and this would be a black chain link fence. Because you're talking about putting a chain link fence, right?
Yes, most likely.
Okay, so it would just have that black vinyl coating. It would also keep it from the elements, a little bit longer than just a regular chain link fence.
Yeah, they're aesthetically a little more pleasing, and somehow you do see through them a
You
little
do,
better.
you see
so-
right, you don't even see it. Okay,
Yeah, we didn't even specify what type, but that's not a bad idea. So, all right. Would you like me to move on?
Please.
Okay, thank you. I'll stop anytime y'all have a question. This is an example, talking about berm, this is an example of a landscape berm that's mature plantings. Obviously, these trees used to be small at one time. But you can see, if you look closely, it has the continuous hedge underneath it. It's got the mature evergreen trees. So it provides a very substantial buffer. There's actually homes right on.
Citrus Hills?
It looks like it is, but this is actually 80th Avenue in Ocala.
I mean, like Citrus Hills, they have the viburnum hedge in the back, and then they have the
That's
viburnum trees on the front.
That's correct. It's very much like the frontage of Terra Vista on 486. They have homes very close to that 486 boundary, but you don't see much of them. So, but that's why I wanted to show you an example. And then here's another one. It's the same area, just further down the road. You know, you can see it provides a very substantial buffering. All right. Now, our other condition, we had talked about the requirement for where we're adjacent to residential, and we had the 200-foot setback, and we had the 8-foot berm separation. The western end of our Phase 2 expansion, we are adjacent to DOT-owned parcels. The westernmost side is a very large drainage pond. And then the south side, south of this boundary, it's DOT land that has not been used. It's still wooded. It's about 13 to 15 acres. And it sits up higher than the Suncoast Parkway in that location. The Suncoast Parkway is cut in about 8 to 10 feet at least at that point. So from the Suncoast Parkway vantage point, you won't see this area from the south. But let's go to the cross-section. For non-residential requirements, we're required to have a 75-foot setback to the vehicle storage area. And interesting enough, the Chapter 3 does not address, thanks. Chapter 3 does not address buffering in terms of when you're adjacent to non-residential uses. So, but we're going to continue the type D buffering, but right at the perimeter. And in this case, we're not going to have a swale or a berm. We will have the security fence of whatever type we, agree to with the conditions. So let's see. So that's kind of what we're proposing there. All right. And then I'll recap on that in just a minute. I think it's important, even though it's not specific to buffering per se, to talk about just real briefly, LKQ sits right in the middle of the proposed 486 IMA. So LKQ is outlined in red. The mixed use is outlined in yellow, and that's near Target, YMCA area. And then the area in blue, it was called the Employment Center, but now it's called the Economic Development Target Area. And so so the LKQ is within that economic target area. So I'm going to tell you, in these public hearings, I believe the first one is late November. So IMA is kind of getting back on track. Here we go. So here's some of from the draft uses that's allowed in this blue area, which LKQ is included in. The proposed uses are industrial, manufacturing, warehousing, distribution, logistics, and uses requiring outdoor storage. So what LKQ is doing today fits a lot of those categories. And what's specifically prohibited within the blue area is any residential uses of any density. So that's kind of interesting. So we'll see where that all goes. But I think the PDC is in late November for reviewing the comp plan draft on the 486 IMA. So I just wanted to note how LKQ is situated amongst that area. Okay, we talked to, some of our team members talked to DOT on multiple occasions, trying to get a feeling for, are y'all gonna do any landscape improvements there, you know? And what they provided us it wasn't like super specific, but they said this is the type of landscaping they provided, the interchanges on the Suncoast Parkway. And you can see it's pretty substantial. And they do it for screening and reforestation and slope stabilization. And so they said this is these slides here are real good examples of what you could expect. Now, when they realigned the Parkway connection to 486 closer or farther east, that opened up the whole back end at LKQ, which previously you did not see. So it's like it's there, and it's not hidden. Our phase 2 area is a little further east of that, but we're conscious of this, and we're not sure specifically what DOT might be planning for here. Don't know if there was discussions at the PD&E phase of that. That's usually where the landscape opportunity plans originate, from that stage of the project. But it may be a joint effort that could be done, you know, whether it's between the county and DOT, some of the landowners in the area. So it's an unknown right now, but this is what they provided us as what they typically provide. So I guess that's about all we could say on that. This is the area I was showing you where, in red, where DOT owned about 13 to 15 acres south of the expansion area. And you know, it's partially wooded. And you'll see our 40-foot landscape buffer on the inside of the LKQ boundary there as well. So let's see. All right, and this is one of the DOT beautification grants they had sent to us. You know, that's how they fund some of these projects differently. I guess it's different if it's after the fact or if it's part of the construction. Now, where the interchange is now, that's kind of the dividing line between phase 2 and phase 3 construction. So I don't expect any landscape improvements to be done by DOT till after phase 3 is finishing up. So we'll have to look at that. But let me just summarize. The plan we presented today is different, drastically different than what we presented to PDC. We're going to meet all of the Chapter 3 setback requirements. We're going to meet the buffer requirements. The only difference, we're proposing the berm instead of the fence. And where we're adjacent to DOT parcels, where technically no buffers are required, we're proposing the 40-foot type D landscape buffer around all our outer perimeters. And then we see, it's kind of an unknown again, but we see potential for the county and the DOT and the landowners. Maybe there's some kind of method to help solve some of that gateway aesthetic issues that were, you know, created when the Suncoast Parkway was opened up. So I mean, that's to be determined, so I could answer any questions again now, or else I'll turn it over to Avis.
Word?
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi
Good
there.
evening. Madam Chairman, members of the board, we really appreciate the time that you take in all of these projects, trying to wrap your head around what's coming. And I want to say, first of all, let me do my record requirement. My name is Avis Marie Craig, P.O. Box 568, Lecanto, Florida. I am a certified planner by the American Institute of Planners since 1984. And I am a life member of the American Planning Association. And I've practiced here in Citrus County and adjacent area counties in both the public and private sector since 1983. I worked in the real estate and development industry, both as a consultant and also directly for over 3 decades. So I'm very familiar with what it takes to bring projects out of the ground, and was proud to be part of the team that brought Terra Vista to you. Before LKQ took over this operation, it was successfully run by the Dameron family since the 60s and 70s. That family-owned business received national industry awards for its operation and in particular its appearance. So Citrus County has benefited from this tax-paying citizen now owned by a Fortune 500 company who last year in 2024 paid over almost $200,000. And that's almost double what it was when they were taking over and doing their expansion back in 21. And those are annual taxes that come to this county every year. Now, some would suggest that's not a land use issue. And I would challenge that because economic engines and contributors should be recognized as vital to the county's future, especially since you have an adopted economic development element in your comprehensive plan, which honors and recognizes business growth. The only way for an existing business to grow is to expand its footprint or move. Hence the application. Expansion of existing operations are always the least impacting and most beneficial for the business and Citrus County, in my professional opinion. I've submitted a planning analysis dated September 5th of this year when I was brought on board after the PDC meeting, so I was not present for that. And I presented my report to Dr. Wilburn. I know it's in your packet. It's board packet pages 1263 through 1283. And I would officially request that that be entered into the hearing record in support of this application. I've reviewed the staff report, and that's been kind of a moving target, and I really want to thank the staff for working cooperatively and being a big help in trying to get this ready to bring to you today, because there's been so much of an effort put in, as was just explained to you, in modifying the plan from what the PDC heard back in, I believe it was June. And so even though the staff report has a date of July 2nd and a board hearing of 9/9, here we are on the 21st, as we continue to work with your staff. And so a lot of the things that were still hanging out there only got resolved this very week. And so there is alternative language that I've been told that the staff has presented or will be presenting as part of their presentation here in just a few minutes. And so of their staff report, plus the other policies, I want to first speak to consistency with the comp plan. their report on pages 3 through 5. Your staff specifically points to objective 17.15 on community character. The latest 7/21/25 master plan, and that's the one that if you are inclined to improve this tonight, that is the plan that you would be approving, not the earlier one that was before the PDC. And so it complies with the LDC setbacks and of 200 feet and substantially enhances the buffers and landscaping, especially along those frontages where there are homes. And now it is also, and you heard Paul describing the frontages along Suncoast Parkway, and those have been described in some detail. In the staff comments, policies 17.27 and 17.52, and what was referred to as a policy, but it's actually an objective, 17.15, all of the comments that previously were in the staff report have now been satisfied by what we've submitted in this new updated plan and attention to buffering. So the county also, as I mentioned, has an adopted economic development element, objectives 22.2, 22.5, policies 22.2.2, 22.2.5, 22.5.2, and 22.5.5 all speak to facilitating business development and encouraging economic growth and job creation. The LKQ expansion is a positive example of a homegrown, successful business now operated by LKQ. And we hope for its continued growth, contributing to jobs, a continuing expanded tax base, and therefore it does implement all of the economic development objectives and policies. So from a consistency with the comprehensive plan and the Land Development Code, we can now assert that we have in fact met compliance and consistency. But in your staff report, they talked some very important things. The site is suitable for the intended use. It's located in the PSA, the planned service area, where industrial uses are to be encouraged, since central water and sewer is available, and therefore puts no undue additional impacts to those systems. For industrial land uses, the comp plan policies also require service by central water and sewer. LKQ has that. The site is situated on an improved 4-lane highway, 486, with more than sufficient capacity to serve the project going forward. So there are no adverse impacts to any public utilities or facilities, and there are very limited residential development adjacent to the expanded site. And the new plan specifically responds to that condition and provides suitable protection. The LKQ existing and now proposed PUD expansion located, and you heard Paul speak of your 486 IMA plans that are just starting down their process of being in an economic development target area. Paul did a great job of explaining to you what that envisions. And that is not dissimilar to what you have down in your Cardinal Lane already approved, and Cardinal Street, sorry, I'm showing my age, and 484. And now I understand, and I congratulate you that you're looking at 495 and US 19, which will be the next two, because it's important to pre-plan for those interchange areas. And so that is moving through the process, and it is precisely what's called for in the economic development target area. Finally, with the new Suncoast Parkway open to 486, FDOT is the most significant adjacent land use. When you look at the frontages of what adjoins the Phase 2 expansion, In fact, 70% of it is DOT frontages. Only 30% of it represents non-DOT properties, residential, and the adjoining properties to the north that are non-residential. So from that perspective, compatibility with a neighborhood is defined in state statute by Florida Statute 163.3164, subsection 9, definitionally coming from the Community Planning Act of Florida. And I quote, "Compatibility means a condition in which land uses or conditions can coexist in relative proximity to each other in a stable fashion over time, so that no use or condition is unduly negatively impacted directly or indirectly by another use or condition," end of quote. And so since the PDC hearing, the applications master plan has gone through much revision and substantial increases in buffers, in berming, in landscaping, are all designed to provide visual and extensive aesthetic protections. These safeguards ensure compatibility can be maintained, in my professional planning opinion. The relationship of existing and new proposed LKQ expansion area and its proposed proximity is also important, and that's why I spoke to you and Paul shared with you some of the examples of what DOT has traditionally provided at interchange areas. And so given the uniqueness of this particular interchange, I think it's warranted, and I believe that it can be accomplished through intergovernmental coordination with DOT. And so even though the most, it has altered that entire area, because remember that EDTA goes all the way down to Sanction Road. If you've driven out in that area between 44 and 486, Sanction has a church on it, and right close to where the road traverses over Sanction, because Sanction is maintained as an open, functional road. So when that becomes the more dominant land use that is altering forever the whole nature of that area, it is no longer a rural residential area as it unfortunately has been for years, and I certainly sympathize with residents that are affected by change, and change will come, as we've seen. So it has substantial I just want to make sure I covered everything so far. Okay. In conclusion, I want to speak specifically to the setbacks with LKQ employing the 200-foot setback and the landscaping they're doing. As a planner, you want to make sure that when uses are as different as a single-family home versus, in this case, a storage area for vehicles, that you're adequately addressing that. And I truly believe that Mr. Gibbs has designed and provided in his plans the method and means to accomplish that task. These these are voluntary. We are going beyond what your code technically requires by considerable extent. So it is my professional planning opinion, which is in agreement with your staff, that the application is consistent with the comp plan. Its compatibility through enhanced application of the 200-foot setback and the additional buffering requirements of chapters 5, section 5400 and 5500 have gone so far beyond that it does not impact public facilities or utilities, and that it clearly is an economic development project deserving favorable action. So I would, in conclusion, respectfully ask that you look carefully. There are 10 conditions that were not considered by the PDC because of the action they took, but those have been worked on and are presented to you for discussion here tonight. And you've already heard from others that there is a willingness to work through those. And if anything else is needed, I believe that LKQ will be responsive to work with you. And so I sincerely hope that you're able to act favorably on this. And with that, I'm going to, oh, I would mention one other quick thing. You may not have even noticed it, but LKQ has been doing something, and they've actually put up a few panels visible from 486 along their frontage there. And they are looking at options of vinyl fencing so that it is not visible from 486 either. So they really have gone the extra mile. So I hope that you're able to give this favorable consideration. And if you have any questions that I can answer, I'll be glad to do so from a planning perspective.
Board?
If not, then I will hand it back to Mr. Ansbacher and the rest of the team to provide any wrap-up that needs to be done, and if you have any further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes our portion of the presentation. There's a couple other items, but I believe they may be beneficial to address after staff. So it doesn't look like you guys have any more questions, so we look forward to being able to engage with staff at the completion of their presentation.
Commissioner Davis?
Just as a point of clarification, there was a lot of discussion about the view from the Suncoast Parkway. And I understand that that pie-shaped wedge that is already in use that's butted up right against the Suncoast. And of course, the parkway is a lot higher than we anticipated. So are you saying that there would be cooperation with FDOT to try to make sure that the cars are not visible from the Suncoast? Because it's a great business, but that's also not what we want folks to see coming into the county.
Great point.
And I think you agree with that, so.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said it. Paul mentioned that he drove the parkway initially as soon as it opened, just so he can see. When it did open, it did, and to your point, you just said it opened up the existing operation, which you can see. Phase one, you can't see. Paul did mention that we have been working with DOT to get, what they're going to do. It was very vague. However, as Ms. Craig just mentioned, LKQ on their own have already started putting panels up that completely block those cars in that area, which is something they're doing on their site, not a part of this application. But I believe during public comment, you may be able to even see some of those pictures of what it looks like with that 6-foot vinyl fence up. But that is on the existing site, not phase one, not phase two, but on their existing.
This is,
Can I help you out? You sure, go ahead.
let's just say this is not your Uncle Frankie's inner city junkyard. We, orderly rows, I get all of that, but it would be better if it was not seen from the Suncoast.
Good evening, Clark Stillwell, 85990 East Fort Cooper Road, Inverness, Florida. I was the one that spoke directly with State Representative Grow. I asked them to put me in touch with the FDOT people. They put me in touch with the Turnpike Authority people. In your backup material is the drawings that they provided to my office, which I provided to the county staff, showing the buffers that they traditionally put in. And what they said to me was they would put those buffers in. That was the positive side of it. And Mr. Gibbs has addressed the potential for that. And in his letter, he said in 3 to 5 years, they will provide a sufficient visible screen. The downside was what Turnpike Authority said was they won't do that until they do phase 3 completion, which is 3 years out. In response to that, I told Mr. Grow that, and State Senate candidate Mazzullo, I wasn't real happy with that, and I didn't think you would be real happy with that. And they promised me that they would address the issue as soon as they can. They understood the issue, but it's first, the property is not in phase two. It's already there. It's not even part of this application. But they know the issue, and they represented to me that they will address this issue. It's a matter of this board going to them either after this and say, hey, we want this addressed now, not 3 years from now. But they know the issue. They do have a landscape plan. It is in your record, but their timing is not consistent with what I think your timing would want to be.
Is it even engineering-wise, technically-wise possible to shield it as high as that is?
I further contacted some of my friends in the golfing industry that do golf driving ranges and gave them the drawings and elevations. And they said to me, yeah, you could put up a 60-foot screen with poles the whole way and have a black opaque shield. And I said, I didn't think that was what the county commission wanted either. But you could do that.
Well,
But
if
it
it's
would
a
have to-
curtain, if it's a curtain behind really tall trees, okay, maybe, but you know.
So
No,
you see what
it's
I'm
not.
saying?
Yeah.
The elevations are such that you really have to do the landscaping to achieve anything. And it's on FDOT property. And to compound the issue, the LKQ use at that site is based on a long-term land lease, and the land is owned by the Dameron Family Trust to compound
The
that
complexity,
issue.
yeah.
Yeah. So it's something that is there to be fixed. It can't be fixed tonight, but the problem is known to those who can fix it.
I appreciate the discussion and the dedication to resolving it.
Well, it came up at the PDC, and I said to Mr. Ingram and LKQ, we need to address this issue, and that's what we're trying to do, just like Ava spoke to the fencing along 486. Again, that's an improved part of the plan that is not in the application, but LKQ has decided to step up and make that modification to address that issue.
LKQ and certainly the Dameron family have historically been wonderful corporate partners to the community, so appreciate that.
Thank you. Thanks for, Michael, for letting me interject.
Paul's looking it up what page, but in your staff packet, you have a before and after of what that would look like based on what DOT would propose. I'm trying to find the page number. We don't know. Your page
Yeah.
numbers might be different than ours, but you do have a pre and a post.
I'm just hoping that shows the elevation from driving position on the Suncoast.
It actually, it was a screenshot from the vehicle at, passenger eye level. And it shows the whole, well, my wife was driving. So it shows the back side, I guess, more of the south side. But you could see all the way to the warehouse processing building that's up on 46. And you could see a lot of the cars. But it should be, it's in the packet. I just don't know what page number. But it's separate from the PowerPoint, unfortunately. I think we submitted that a little bit later. But it shows as it looked today, and then with the mature tree growth, and it's like night and day. And it's kind of like looking at the graphics that DOT sent to us, the photo examples. So it can make a substantial difference.
I think he's looking at page 1262 in your packets.
Madam Attorney, I'm going to say this one more time. Those numbers don't mean anything as far as I can tell when you're looking at it online.
If you download the package, they do.
I don't.
Are
Is
we ready?
it supposed to say driving view from Suncoast Parkway before and after? Yes.
I have certainly already reviewed that. I just want to re-review it, that's all.
Yeah, that was not something that was part of their presentation, so it's in your packet, but we don't have it on the screen.
I don't know if you want me to pass it around.
Holly, do you want to see that?
Yeah, I saw that yesterday in the briefing.
Okay. All right. Are we ready to move on?
All right, good evening. I'm Joe Hockadell. I'm the principal planner with Land Development.
Joe who? Who's on first?
I'm not sure how to get this full screen here.
You know, Bob. Who's Bob? Bob who? Who's on first?
Yeah, normally it's right down here. Um, oh, I have help. All right, thank you. So this application is being requested to change approximately 35 acres from the low-density residential district to the industrial district to allow for an expansion of the auto salvage use that is LKQ. It is also adding a planned unit development that will coincide with and blend in with the previous approval from 2021. So here you can see this is the subject properties. And here you can see this is the Atlas and Flume designations. Right now, everything out there is low-density residential. They're requesting to go to industrial to allow for this use. And so this was the Phase 1 master plan that was approved back in 2021. And I apologize, this is the master plan that was provided to the Planning and Development Commission. This is the one that they refer to as the March 10th master plan. And you can see this showed the expansion going within the required setbacks of section 3350. The applicant did provide an updated master plan. We call it the October 1st master plan because that's when staff received the master plan. And that did show that the applicant modified the request so that the outdoor storage for auto salvage met or will meet the required 200-foot setback from a residential property and 75 feet from the Suncoast Parkway extension. They also expanded the landscape buffers to varying widths, but basically a type D with no wall, although they are proposing the 8-foot berm that the applicants had mentioned in their presentation, where abutting residential. The Planning and Development Commission did recommend denial of this application, but it's based on this previous master plan. The only deviation being requested now is the type D without a wall. So if the board does wish to approve this, I do have some modifications to the conditions that were in the proposed ordinance. And I can discuss those if you wish. And
please.
All right. So the proposed conditions for October, or for condition number 1, we would modify that. It did say March 10th. That was based on the previous submittal. We would now say that it is the October 1st, 2025 master plan received by the Land Development Division. This is when the applicant referred to as the July 27th one. That was the date that was listed on the plan, but staff received it on October 1st. Number 2 would change to say the master plan will have to provide, or the buffers would be required as outlined on the master plan date stamped received October 1st, 2025 by the Land Development Division. Typically, when we have security fencing and landscape buffers, the security fencing is part of the development and has to be located inside the buffer. As you saw on the applicant's presentation, they were proposing one outside. So we would recommend that that security fencing be on the inside of the buffer. However, we can modify that depending on what the board wishes. If they want inside, outside, black vinyl chain link, we can modify that. And that was it. That was the only changes to the conditions.
Commissioner Finnegan.
So you just have 3 conditions for this project?
Uh,
Or those are in addition to the other conditions list?
No, those would be modifications to the ones that were in the ordinance in the packet.
I see.
So the total would be 10 conditions.
Commissioner Barrick.
I'd like to make a motion that we, yeah. Huh?
We
Oh, you
first
want
need
input
public.
first? All right, get input.
All right, board, do you have any questions of anybody? All right, we're going to open it up to the public. Anyone wishing to address T2? Please come forward, fill out a green card, state your name and your address for the record. Hi there.
Hello, I'm Rachel Langley, and we live at 1704 North Common Point. We are the neighbors that are directly adjacent to this proposal expansion. It is literally our backyard. We've owned our property for over 25 years. We chose to build there for what the property offered. It was privacy surrounding by woods, pasture, and cattle. In fact, we bought our very first cow back from Judge Dearman back in the day when Horace Allen was just a dirt road. We strongly oppose this expansion and ask you to support the PDC's initial recommendation to deny this request. Heavy industrial has no place bordering to private residential neighborhoods. It just simply doesn't. This expansion would further cause disruption to our daily lives and negatively impact our health, our home's value, and our ability to enjoy the property we worked so hard for. Obviously, there's health concerns that we're concerned about, air pollution, noise pollution. We do hear them out there slamming the cars around, bringing them out to the yard. We're concerned about water contamination, and mainly, what's it gonna do to our property value? I mean, this is going to decrease our value. Who would wanna buy our home with a junkyard in the backyard? I can literally look out my dining room window and I see phase 1. Phase 1 is an eyesore. They make it look like it's all organized and whatever. No, there's parts laying on the ground, all around it. It's horrible. Not to mention the construction, how long it takes to clear all of this. We could barely go outside when they did phase 1. Today they did a great presentation. I appreciate the changes they're trying to do. However, it's still gonna be an eyesore. I mean, let's be honest. How long is it gonna take those trees to mature to where it will actually do what it's intended to do, which is obstruct the view? This is gonna totally interfere with our ability to enjoy our home. We've worked and been there for 25 years. This is just a house we're talking about. This is our home where we raised our kids. We have our grandkids. We like to swim in the pool. I'm just asking each and every one of you guys to ask yourself, if this was being proposed in your backyard and this is what you had to look at, would you be okay with it? I'm sorry, I just feel residential areas are meant for peaceful living, not for an industrial operation. So, thank you guys for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anthony Ayo, Pine Ridge resident and owner. Last month, we celebrated our wonderful Save Our Waters Week. Remember that? Yeah, where we all committed to saving our waters. Well, LKQ sits right on top of our aquifer, and that aquifer flows from east to west, okay? And directly west of LKQ, I don't know if you all know, is the Meadowcrest Water Treatment Facility. It has 2 wells that provides water to those people. Guess what? LKQ has had numerous contamination events. We've had diesel in 2016 and 2017. The well over there had petroleum contamination. I have a FOIA request in for more because I don't know what happened to the 2017 event. Whether they mitigated it, whether they shut down the well, or what they've done. They know, but we don't know. Another thing, there is no non-permeable barrier between the junkyard and the aquifer. This is a major problem. Do you want to drink rusty water? Do you really? Because it is coming out of the Meadowcrest Water Treatment Facility because that's where it comes from. It comes right through there. okay? So we have a major problem. Remember, we are the nature coast, and we house Florida's largest junkyard. So it's a big eyesore, and it's a major hazard to our aquifer, and not to mention the Kings Bay 70 Springs that is our major economic driver. What are you gonna do when all the water's poisoned? Really? Did you not know Cuyahoga River in Ohio back in the 60s ignited and was on fire? The river was on fire because of pollution with petroleum. Sounds like 2017. This is a big problem. I recommend that you all oppose this because we are the nature coast and our water is very precious. Okay, and if they knew about the contamination and they haven't done anything to mitigate it. So phase 1 doesn't have the barrier and they didn't propose it in phase 2. What are we gonna do? Just let them pollute our water? Really, common sense has to apply here. Okay, I wonder why all of Meadowcrest isn't here. Maybe they're all dead from the petroleum. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Carrie Galligan, and I live in Hernando, so none of this affects me, other than the fact that I cannot believe we're even up here discussing it. You guys are the board that is bringing the nature coast to the 2025, right? I grew up here as a high schooler, moved back here 30 years later. I remember 491, as everybody talked about, as one blinking light. It was not a target. But then you're going to be the ones that allow this to be the nature coast. This is the view. This is us coming in off the highway is what it looks like. And they just said 70% of the back goes to the DOT and that they're not even committing to fix this. And the one gentleman said it had to be a 70-foot golf screening in order to get rid of this. I mean, I just don't understand how you guys can welcome people to the nature coast like that and are okay with it. Like, I don't even understand that part. That's the confusing part for me. Because if this is approved and this happens, I mean, then you guys will be the board that allowed this to happen to the nature coast as well. Like, it welcomes them, right? Like, that's horrific.
Ma'am, you have to address the board.
Well, can I put this up there then, like everybody else?
No, you're not one of the presenters.
Okay, that's what I kind of figured. But anyway, I think everybody can see it that when they go on the highway. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Ma'am.
Oh, here you go.
Hello, Board. Thank you for the time. Please remember, history repeats itself. Being here for so long, we have seen all of the change. This is in your hands now. Every reasonable adult understands growth. Every reasonable adult also understands that through time, our society has learned the good, the bad, and the ugly. What was once discipline back in the 1950s is now considered child abuse. What has happened over the years with companies polluting our environment has simply been accepted through ignorance. Today is the day. Today is the day that research, intelligence, and long-term planning actually takes place. This is not the day to give a pass to a global company that has gobbled up small salvage companies and is now one of the largest auto salvage companies. To date, LKQ has 19 cases of environment-related offenses and paid almost $7 million in fines. The information is out there. I know you know the repercussions of an approval of this rezoning. What we do not see will kill us. Historically, salvage yards have been shown to pollute lead, mercury, cadmium, ethanol glycol, propylene glycol, VOCs, naphthalenes, ethanol, polyaromatic hydrocarbons, and asbestos. Pouring a glass of water on sand will take the water directly down. These toxins do the same thing and are found to be very volatile. Just because a salvage yard has been at a certain location for many decades does not mean it has not polluted for many decades. And just because a salvage yard exists today does not obligate the citizenry to accept an expansion to further degrade its environment. With high-density industrial zoning, you will have little power to stop further activities this company may choose to do. For instance, installing metal shredders due to the fact that there is a shortage of metal shredding companies. That makes a great business opportunity for the largest salvage yard in the country. With this zoning change, they can do just about anything. Do you know what happens to the environment when you install a metal shredder? Have you ever inhaled sand on a windy day and coughed your guts out? Imagine inhaling minute metal particles into your lungs. You won't have much luck on coughing that out. The long-term danger to our entire county, of which you will have no control, is incomprehensible. These minute metal particles go wherever the wind blows. It's not local, it's regional.
Thank you. And could we get your name and address for the record, please?
Teresa Waldron, Citrus County.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
She neglected to say she's an affected homeowner. PJ Offhammer. The first question is, why are we even here? We've had substantial changes to this plan since PDC, and substantial changes require it to go back to PDC for another hearing. Not quite sure what we're doing here, but I'm going to go along with it. So I'm a little bit offended that Mr. Stillwell has contacted our elected officials to try for some pay-to-play to get them off the hook for buffers on the turnpike. Not cool. Those are our tax dollars. I went to the hearing, to the meeting with FDOT and talked to them about saving some of those properties for conservation land. You know, we're talking today about conservation land, that we need more of that in the county. We talked about saving ag land. This area that Miss Avis said is, you know, so sad, too bad, that these people are gonna, you know, just get built over because we want to. That's one of the few places in this county. That's my count circle for the Citrus County Audubon Christmas bird count. That's one of the few places in this county where I can find agricultural habitat birds. So there is something there. It's upland sandhill habitat. It has value on its own. It's rapidly being depleted in this county. It's not just something that should be clear cut and a berm with 4-foot hedges put in. We all know that they have no intention to have the hedges maintained. They'll die. We don't have anybody to follow up on it, so they win-win, and the homeowners lose-lose. They have property rights as long-term county residents and taxpayers to have their quality of life maintained as well. They said that they're not going to be increasing vehicles on this site. Well, you know what? Then you don't need to expand. What you can do is what you do. I believe there's some on this property now. I know there's some on some of the other properties. It's called racking. They can stack vehicles. They don't need to clear cut the land. They don't need to take our residents' land and make their lives a living hell. They don't need to do it. And they're not owned by Damron anymore. They're an international company. And somebody said, Google it. Google it. Look at what goes on. This is not right. You shouldn't be putting heavy industry in residential areas. We've got heavy industry areas available. Go put it in Holder if they want to expand. You guys put in that sub area for heavy industry and there's nobody in there. Maybe you can make a deal. This is not the place to do it. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello. My name is Sue Albertson. I live in Citrus County. The LKQ proposal represents their least expensive option. Why haven't they considered rack storage of autos? They already use rack storage for pickup truck bodies. Ultimately, they could triple the capacity of their present storage, obviating the need for further expansion. In their application, the applicant has already assumed that the 2 lots west of the Waldron property owned by FDOT will be rezoned heavy industrial. Presently, they are zoned low-density residential. That rezoning designation is not in this application. They give no indication that FDOT actually plans to rezone them. It is also confusing that the applicant's consultants variously call for both a 6-foot and an 8-foot high berm. If this application is approved, it is not a stretch to believe that LKQ would be back before this commission to annex these FDOT lots. Citrus County is in the process of developing a 486 interchange management area that will direct development in this area. It seems odd, then, that an auto salvage yard in the center of the IMA will be expanded if the application is approved. Views of this salvage yard are visible from the new elevated Suncoast Parkway entry and exit ramps at 486. No proposal is being made to plant 30-foot high mature trees. 6-foot trees are specified. It will take years for these trees to mature. Typically, auto salvage yards are located on the outskirts of urbanized areas. The LKQ facility used to be in such a rural area. Now, because of the concentration of extremely large subdivisions and box stores surrounding the CR 486 and 491 intersection, LKQ finds itself in the middle of all this development. Planners for Walmart saw the massive business opportunity of this area 10 years before the Suncoast Parkway 2 was opened. As suggested, the use of rack storage by LKQ for auto storage would help LKQ to efficiently utilize its existing footprint. I request that you deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Josh Wooten, CEO of the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce. And I would like to start by saying that I'm concerned about the aesthetics too. And I've talked to Mike and Clark, and they have assured me that they're going to do something about it. We're a chamber that wants industry in our community, and we certainly want that parkway, when you come into that area, to be aesthetically pleasing. But you have to remember also that that parkway was slated to go further west at one time, and the citizens wanted it moved there. So that exposed the operation that was previously shielded. So it's wholly appropriate that LKQ and their attorney and the chamber has been in these conversations to say, FDOT, you've created a nuisance. Please help us fix it. And our state representative is listening to that. So you can rest assured that we're not going to wait 3 to 5 years for that tree planting to take place. We want it to occur too. May I approach, Madam Chair? Because I took some pictures of the fencing.
You have to give it to the clerk. Thank you.
I'll be happy to give you a copy of it. It's just a picture of the fence. Well, it is now. Are they allowed to accost me from the audience? They're not? Because I don't accost them from the audience.
Your clock is ticking. If you got...
Yes, so anyhow, so that picture is taken from, this is the old part that's not part of this application, but that we have concerns with because the parkway has come in. So this picture is from looking down way out front near the sidewalk and zoomed in on the fence that they've put up to show that they're going to put that on the existing part. And you can see that it does shield the vehicles. So, you know, we don't want to look at those cars from 486, and we don't want to look at them from the Parkway, but the fact of the matter is, those of us that have been here a long time know that that was Damron Auto Parts, and then it went to LKQ, and now they're expanding. You know, you have employees of LKQ sitting in the audience, and you may have people that want other companies that want to expand or other companies that want to move here. And we can't afford to give up a company that is this valuable to us. Over 150 jobs. Yeah, they trade on the stock exchange. We only have a couple of companies in Citrus County that do that, but they employ a lot of people and feed a lot of local families, and they're doing the right thing. There are some aesthetic issues with the property. They've come before you today and said that we will go above and beyond what the Land Development Code is requiring. And I think that you've thrown out some suggestions. I know that Commissioner Barrett threw out a suggestion. I like the black fence. You threw out that suggestion. And so I think they're willing to do some additional things. Commissioner Bays knows a thing or two about trees. They do need water, for sure. So I think if y'all get your concerns met, let's keep these jobs. Let's get the new jobs that come along with it. And I think the Nature Coast and jobs can coexist. In fact, the Nature Coast and jobs have to coexist. I mean, or otherwise we're a dead community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, members of the board, staff. My name is Dixie Hollins. I'm with the Hollinswood Ranch here in Citrus County. And we've been here a long time. And I can remember Judge Dameron. That's Lenny's father. Used to be a judge here in Citrus County. He got in the record business and the automobile salvage yard business. A little sense of humor, I did go before Judge Dameron a couple of times, not because my auto wasn't working, but we won't get into that. And they started out as family, and then Judge Dameron had a son named Lenny, and Lenny and Diane Dameron took that auto salvage to the next level. And then they had two kids, Chad and Casey, excuse me, and they took that to the next level. These people have been here a long time. I understand the impact here. I'm in the mining business. I understand berms, I understand vegetation, I understand sound, I understand setbacks, and there's a way, which they've already shown that they're going beyond the call of duty, to put palm trees up, large palm trees. They're available. DOT can buy them to help block that view or at least break that view up. Nobody, I drove through there the other day, went, what is that? I was in shock. But that's their yard. And it's kind of like the yards here, but now we have an elevated highway. I think the county and the representative we have here in the county can work with DOT to get some elevation landscaping. I think they're a large employer, which Josh mentioned too. They've been a family here forever. As long as I remember, Dameron Auto Salvage and LKQ have been here. They're part of this community. They're the backbone of Citrus County. I mentioned vegetation buffers. And I remember on a sad note when Lenny Dameron passed away, they lined all the employees on 486, shut down the whole plant. That's their family. And I can believe you, they will still work with you all if you got other requirements you need to do to make sure that they continue to stay here and continue to do what responsible. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to address the board? We're going to close open to the public.
Can I address Josh?
Just 1 second. Commissioner Barrick.
I wanted to address some things that Josh said. Number one, Josh, remember when 486 was widened and they put fencing on Pine Ridge side that really looked nice? And then they took it down because the Pine Ridge people didn't like it. I do like the fact that they're going to possibly put it on the side with LKQ because it really did look nice, and it does buffer it. Now, I don't know about you, Josh, but I've taken trips. I've been to all 50 states. I've been to highways, all different highways. There are not very many highways where you don't look down and see a junkyard for cars. You take any trip in any state. Go up to Michigan, where I'm from. On the main highway in Holland, Michigan, is an LKQ. Okay, and it's a big one up there too. And it grew and grew and grew from a family business. We need to encourage the family businesses. We talked about adding industrial earlier at the early meeting. Okay, and now we're going to do this wonderful IDA or whatever you want to call it. Okay, this is a company that is here, that is employing our residents, paying them decent wages. We're going to add to their employment because I'm sure they're not going to be able to keep this up with not adding anybody on there. And I think that, you know, we need to say, hey, they didn't ask us for any money or any loans. They're doing this all on their own. People need to understand we as a county are growing. And as we grow, we're going to have to be a little bit flexible. But I think the plan that they have outlined today for the board and for anybody sitting here or watching this on TV was a really well thought out plan that if they follow it is going to make a really nice working environment for the residents, for the ones that are citizens that work here. And I think it will be a good thing for the county. So I would like to make a motion.
Rebuttal.
If nobody else wants to say anything.
We gotta have rebuttal.
Oh, I'm sorry. We will wait
You're
for the
just
rebuttal.
so anxious. Let's have rebuttal.
Do the rebuttal.
Number one, I want to point out that this is a closed loop system. Mike Bream in his presentation kind of briefly talked about that, but all the liquids are harvested inside. They never go outside. One thing that has been discussed, but I don't know if it's ever been landed, and I just want to hit on that because several people talked about it. If phase 2 doesn't happen, we still see what we see from the expressway. And so, as Josh just mentioned and circulated, they're going above and beyond on something that's not even attached to this application to try to remedy that situation. You don't see phase 1 and you don't see phase 2 from the parkway. You see what's the original existing. They talked about metal shredding. There's no metal shredding that will occur on site. There's nothing that has been requested or proposed. No permit has been applied for, and there's no plans to do that. In relationship to the landscaping, it is in their best interest. It came up a couple of times. It's in their best interest to maintain that because it's a part of their PUD. And if they don't, then they could be in non-compliance with their PUD. Going back to the existing issue that's out there now, I don't think we want to stack cars because that would make that even worse. I think that picture shows that that privacy fence does a good job of hiding what's there now. Again, not attached to this application, but nonetheless does a good job. And if those cars are 2 and 3 higher than that, I don't know that that does it anymore. There was somebody that mentioned the properties to the south that are owned by DOT. Those properties no longer have any access. So we don't know what the future holds for those parcels, but they have no access, and that'll be on DOT to determine what happens to those parcels. And then I want to ask Casey to come up and discuss because 2 different people talked about the contamination, and I just want to point out there's been no citations on record at this facility, at this site, and he'll elaborate on that some more.
Good evening. My name is Casey Ingram, District Manager for LKQ. I've been at that particular location since 1997. We've never had a violation. We haven't had a discharge. You can review the Oculus system and you'll see that there's no pending, there's no past charges. We haven't had them. I understand the citizens' concerns. We are sensitive to it. Ms. Avis' report, page page 8 of her report outlines all of our best management practices. As Michael said previously, all of our dismantling is done under roof in a closed loop system. So there's a ton of controls put in place to keep the environmental safe. So any questions?
What would you think that they saw then? Is it from some other location? I mean,
LKQ does have violations throughout. I mean, we are a global company, yes.
just not this location.
This individual location has had none.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Very quickly, because I know this has been a long night. Sid Ansbacher, 780 North Ponce de Leon Boulevard. I was brought in as environmental counsel, and I reviewed everything. Denise grins. But it's, we go way back. We go along. I had hair when we started. Forgive me. But I started at the predecessor to today's DEP, and I went back through every file that was provided. The other files were not a single one in the state of Florida. This particular property, as Casey said, there is a website called Oculus that the Florida DEP uses that goes back quite a ways. And I did word searches and such. And in my position as well, having done work for the Florida Petroleum Marketers Association, I went through some other sources, found no compliance cases, found no enforcement cases, went through circuit court, found no cases, went through the Division of Administrative Hearings records and found no cases. So candidly, I think at this point, if this were a phase 1 environmental assessment, we would say the term is there are no recognized environmental conditions associated with this property. And therefore, please understand, this is something that we looked at independently, and my instructions were find if there is anything, not what do we do, find if there is anything, and consistent with what Casey said. We found nothing. And I also was told if you wish to add as a condition that the fence along 486 be a condition, even though it's not on phase 2, we're fine with that. At that point, it becomes an enforceable condition of this PUD. Likewise, that we will continue to try to work reasonably with DOT as we have. And as Clark said, he wasn't the only lawyer. I also reached out to DOT counsel and to DOT staff. We are continuing to, so if you want to craft a condition on that, I think we would accept that as well. And again, even though it's not on phase 2, in furtherance of the fact that we are looking at this as a global resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Now?
Do you want to say you're done? Please.
Thank you.
Thank you. The only question that I have for you, I know there's been a lot of conversation about landscape screening. Is there any consideration for anything that has tree canopy?
Yes, actually, I mean, we obviously haven't submitted yet a site improvement plan, which includes the tree mitigation and the buffer plans. But on the page where I showed the example buffer D, it showed what I recommend as the plant materials, and we had like live oak trees, slash pine trees, large, mostly focusing on native plants, native holly trees, things like that. And so obviously live oak would be the predominant canopy tree we would expect to see out there. And that's a lot of what you're seeing on the existing Phase 2 areas. There's a substantial amount of live oaks, so.
And at what maturity level are you looking for implementation?
We haven't determined that yet. On some recent projects, just as an example, that are not related to this case, we specifically planted, instead of a little 6-foot high tree, we went as far as like a 3-inch caliper. And I had one project where we did 4- and 5-inch caliper because we were having to do.
So you're buying field
We were
grown
trying to
versus
have to
container?
we were having to do tree mitigation, inch per inch mitigation. So as part of our buffering plans on those other projects, we upsized the trees. And I know we're going to have some tree mitigation requirements on this 30-something acres.
So you're
yeah.
doing field grown versus container?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyone else? All right. Janet?
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we approve CPA-AA-PUD-2024-00018. Michael Wilburn for LKQ Southeast, Section A and B, with the 10 conditions and the one more, so there's 11 conditions, because the 11th condition, we would like to see fencing on 486.
I would second it, but we need to modify our conditions a bit. The conditions 1 and 2 needed to be updated to the submittal on October 21st. The security fencing should be the black chain link fence. And I'd like to see irrigation on the berm and the buffer to make sure that those plants and trees survive.
I can agree with all those changes as my motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis?
I believe Mr. Hockadell said that the standard is to have the security fence inside the buffer.
That was number 3.
That would be my preference. So is that, I don't feel like we need to require black fencing if it's inside the buffer, but.
And just for clarification, it was October 1st, not October 21st.
October 1st, sorry about that.
And you said condition number 3. I don't see that in condition number 3.
It was condition number 2.
2.
I said 3 because that was his third modification when he was saying it. It was a modification, landscaping on the inside.
It doesn't say inside or outside the buffer, though.
No, so the condition 2 that's in the ordinance, we would request to be updated to say buffers must be provided as outlined on the master plan date stamp received October 1st, 2025. We can add that irrigation will be required within that buffer area, and that the security fencing be located inside the buffer.
Would it be possible to also add that materials be field grown versus container grown so that they have some maturity to them?
You have to get the motion maker and the seconder to agree to those things.
I can agree with Commissioner Bays. At this point, I can't agree with Commissioner Davis because now you're taking somebody's property. In other words, you're telling them they can't have their security fence, then have their buffer. So you're actually taking so much of their property. That's why the fence goes on the other side of the trees, on the berm. And that's not right. Okay? The fence should be on their property line, which is what they had And yes, I agree that the black fence would be the best. But I can't see taking that property away from them and the berm. That's not fair. They own that property. They're paying taxes on it.
I don't think that's what she meant. I think she means swapping. So the berm would go where the fence line is, the fence would go on the inside where the berm is planned.
No, is that what you're saying? You put the,
Yes, it's simply to provide the buffer in front of the fence from the view of the residents.
okay, so you want to move the trees with the buffer over to the property line. That I can agree with. So yes, I'll agree to all the changes.
I would modify my second, or amend my second.
Madam Chair.
Yes. I'm sorry.
We want to make sure. We want to make sure that, stop. We want to make sure the clerk has exactly what y'all want, because Joe Hockadell added some things. Let's just make sure that the clerk has it the way you want it.
Okay, the initial motion was motion to approve CPA AAPUD 2025000018, Michael Wilburn for LKQ Southeast, and that's item T2A and B with the 10 conditions. Then a modification to the conditions 1 and 2 with the updated October 21st submittal. Then there was security fencing should be black, and buffers should be updated to the 10/21/25 submittal. Then there was an update to the plants must be field grown instead of container grown to have some maturity, and move trees with the buffer to the property line.
The date was wrong. It's October 1st.
First.
And the security fence would be on the LKQ side of the buffer. And as far as I'm concerned, doesn't need to be black anymore because it's going to be hidden, but that would be a nice, I mean, that's nice if y'all want to do it, but.
Well, that's not what was said, so we would need a modification if they want to remove the
Yeah,
black.
she agreed to it.
And did you have irrigation?
No, ma'am.
Irrigation,
Okay, what about irrigation?
that irrigation will be provided for the buffer.
Okay, just wait till they're done. Just wait till they're done. Are you all done?
I have a question about that, about the irrigation. Because in the PUD, they are required to make sure that it's live and growing, correct?
Yes, they have to maintain those plantings.
So I just ask because some people may not have irrigation, but they may, like FDOT sometimes brings out water trucks in the beginning, like they have temporary irrigation until they're set, so.
I think the condition includes irrigation for the life of the plants.
So you're not saying, okay.
Yeah.
You're not stating that they have to put in like certain irrigation, just
Well,
water it.
I mean, if they're smart, they'll put irrigation in because that's, I mean, especially if they're gonna put field grown in.
So are we all clear that the clerk has what you want? Okay.
Did you add that then?
Yes. It appears that Dr. Wilburn would like the floor.
We don't have any issues with what you guys just described. However, from an engineering perspective, can that condition number 2 be modified to allow a further separation between the property line and the berm, and still put the fence on the inside? In other words, instead of moving the berm to the property line, can we allow, like we have it shown, where there's a distance from the property, I believe it's 25 feet in some areas, sometimes it's 30, between the property line and where the berm starts, and then allow the plantings and the berm to be together and the fence on the other side still? Can we just eliminate the verbiage that says the berm has to be on the property line? If we can push it back even further, we would like to do that, if you guys are okay to modify.
Sure, the fence is still going on the inside, correct?
Yeah, and that's another thing that hasn't been specified that we would like clarity on. Is the fence you're requiring on the inside, can it be at the bottom of the berm? Does it need to be at the top of the berm? Does it need to be at the 200-foot setback? Because there's a big difference. In some cases, the berm is 80 feet away still within the setback that we can't touch.
I'm thinking at the bottom of the berm seems to make the most sense.
That's where we would like to have it, at the base of the berm.
Because I'm thinking that berm, hopefully fully landscaped, is gonna make a much nicer
Well, you won't see
finished product.
Yeah, you won't see the fence anymore. It's just for security, which
Yep.
is what we intended.
Perfect.
Okay, they raised two issues, so make sure you get both of your issues taken care of with the clerk, please.
Okay. I have condition 2 modified to allow a further separation between the property line and where the berm starts, and then fencing to be at the base of the berm.
Okay, I think maybe with the board's indulgence, perhaps say that the berm will be as depicted on the plan.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, is that the same date?
Same
Or is
date,
that-
Stan?
Yes, October 1st.
And staff's okay with that?
Yeah, we were going to recommend the same thing. We say, as shown on the master
And
plan.
I said it first.
And
Wow.
that's for the berm, correct? For the berm?
The berm will be as depicted on the plan, date stamped.
Thank you. And
And
that
that's-
is modified by both motioners?
You agree to the
I agree to all the changes that you have read to us.
Yes, I do as well. Call it.
Can I call a vote? All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Oh, we are adjourned.